earpiece, just let us know.
Je me nomme Safika Doukourozi, je suis étudiante à l'université de Goma en première année de master. Je suis ici à Kigali avec mon coéquipier qui se nomme Chipamba Ntikala Josué. Il est aussi étudiant à l'université de Goma en deuxième année de master droit public interne. Nous sommes accompagnés de notre coach qui se nomme Franck Choukuru. Il est assistant à la faculté de droit de l'université de Goma. Je suis heureuse et reconnaissante. Je ne m'attendais pas à revenir avec le prix de la meilleure plaideuse. D'ailleurs, je pensais qu'on ne donnait que le prix du meilleur plaideur et je pensais que c'était tous les sexes confondus. Je l'ai appris sur place et j'étais très contente. Alors, remporter le prix de la deuxième place, c'est aussi une très grande expérience parce qu'avec mon coéquipier, nous avons beaucoup appris de cette édition. Et nous pensons pouvoir aider ceux qui viennent après nous, de l'université ou d'ailleurs, à pouvoir prendre à cœur ce défi qui est nôtre, ce défi de pouvoir faire respecter le droit international humanitaire, que ce soit en temps de paix, comme en temps de guerre surtout, et aussi de respecter le droit de l'environnement et toutes ces notions qu'on nous a apprises ici tout au long des formations. Sincèrement, je n'ai pas eu le cours de droit international humanitaire. J'ai eu par contre le cours de droit international public. C'est sûrement le seul cours à caractère international que j'ai eu. Et le droit international des investissements aussi. Mais pour le reste, vu que je sais qu'il y a d'autres étudiants qui sont sûrement dans la même situation que moi et qui s'intéressent au droit international humanitaire mais n'ont pas eu à choisir cette option-là, je pense qu'il serait important de pouvoir organiser plus fréquemment des séminaires en droit international humanitaire, en droit international de droits de l'homme, et des séminaires qui seront ouverts à tout le monde pour essayer de faire comprendre aux gens ce qu'est le droit international humanitaire.
Good morning once again.
Une fois dans les séances des formations.
I see familiar faces. I'm happy to recognize some experts in the room who have been part of this journey for the last 10 years. Some coaches, you can see some coaches who have been with us. And for the first-time participants to the program, I welcome you to the Great Lakes Regional Training Program. There are a few things. I have just talked about the simultaneous interpretation that we have. I will just repeat it for the sake of clarity and ensuring that we are all on the same page. For the people using English, it's on channel 1. And for the people using French, it's on channel 2. Use the right side of the earphones to change the channels. And you can use the left side for the volume. So I believe that no one has an issue. If you have an issue, just talk to any member of our team. We also want to engage. You know, we have around 130 people in the room, but we have more people left back in our countries at different universities. So we can engage online. You can share your experience in this program throughout the whole of the program. You can share your pictures. So we use X, iPeace, our handle is here on X, the former Twitter. So if you can just tag us, you can just use the hashtag. It's the Great Lakes Regional Training Program 2025, GLRTP 2025, or use for French speakers, that's the hashtag. So please share your pictures, share your experience, and let's engage online so that we can also engage our colleagues who are not here. As we also proceed, we have chosen to go digital. So we have some QR codes for you. You can scan for the program, for the pictures that will be shared during the whole of the program. You can use that QR code. And we also have a good pool of experts. So to get their bios, you can just scan the QR code. So don't worry, we'll be having the QR codes shared with you throughout the program. But for now, you can just scan and have access. Also, you can also find the QR codes on your notebooks. I know there are people at the back who are having an issue, but it's being sorted. So you can just find the QR codes on the notebook. When you open the first page inside, you get the QR codes. So now we can get into our program. We apologize for the 20 minutes that we have passed on our initial starting time, but I believe we'll catch up with those minutes as we go through the program. For now, I can't be able to proceed without having an approval from our host. So at this point, please join me in welcoming Dr. Jane Wathuta, who is the Dean of the Strathmore Law School, to give us her welcoming remarks. Dr. Jane, you're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Yeah, it's so good. You're most welcome to Strathmore Law School. It's an honor and a great pleasure for me to welcome you. I have some written remarks, but yes, I think the first thing that happens when you come to the front is you have a chance to appreciate all the faces, you know, that it's good to see you and to welcome you very warmly to Kenya, for those of you who are coming from other countries other than Kenya, and also to Strathmore Law School, one of 18 law schools, I believe, in the country. And so far, I know there's one dean of one of our sister law schools. That's Dr. Wamwara from Moi University. And probably there are more, of course, from the greater region. We also have Dr. Elvis from Kigali. So it's a great pleasure to welcome my colleagues as well. So I also welcome warmly the experts, the judges, the coaches, and the students, all of you students, on behalf of the Strathmore University and also Strathmore Law School. I know a number of you arrived in Nairobi yesterday, but today being your first day in Strathmore, for the majority of you, I hope you'll get a chance to walk around our campus. It's not very big, and it's a nice place. Most of the pathways are paved, and you have a chance to walk pleasantly and meander, in between the buildings, if not getting into one building or other. We have this campus on this side, which we call Kerry Campus, where we are right now, and across the road, just the road just outside the gate, there's another campus, which we call Sangale. It's just named after the road, which is Ole Sangale Road. So it's a historic moment, because it's the first time that the Great Lakes Moot Court competition is being held outside Rwanda, and specifically in Kenya. We are so honored and very happy to be able to expand the scope of this Great Lakes initiative, the training and the moot competition, and also learn from each other. I issued a little quiz before we came in here, asking some of my colleagues which are the Great Lakes. Never mind that in Kenya, in the Lakeside region, we do have a Great Lakes University. But then, guess what? Most of us may not know which are those Great Lakes. It's easy to guess Lake Victoria and maybe Lake Kivu, Lake Tanganyika. But when they list, there are 7 lakes. That's what we found. And that was a very, very pleasant discovery. And it's just one of the many indications that this kind of events and forums help us to know each other just a bit better. And it's also important. So this edition is also the most special because in the last edition in Rwanda, Strathmore Law School emerged the winner, something we are very proud of. We don't take it for granted. I say it with a lot of humility, but still, it means that the bar is even higher now for all of us and maybe particularly for the Strathmore Law School team because being the host, a lot is expected of us. But yes, our scope goes beyond just, or our mandate goes beyond competing. It's also great to be able to host you here. So it's not only a celebration of the competition, but also of the continuity, that we were there then and now we are the hosts this time, and especially for the 10th edition of this MOOT. The MOOT is an integral component of the Great Lakes Regional Training Program on International Humanitarian Law and Human Rights. In many law schools, human rights is a compulsory unit, I guess. And then international humanitarian law, at least in our school, is an optional unit, but very popular, extremely popular. And I hope you'll have a chance to interact with the people who have been teaching that course over time, or who have taken it and even had international exposure in that regard. This year's theme, which is Emerging Technologies and International Humanitarian Law, Drones, Cyber Warfare, and Artificial Intelligence, very timely. Again, with a light touch, was saying, some of you may know how, this is reported speech, I have not researched fully on it, but it's reliable sources. Apparently the last match, a match that was played in Tanzania recently, Kenyans bought out majority of the tickets, or at least a good number of the tickets, just because of the border, the kind of, the neighbor differences that we're having. I have to put it politely and choose my words carefully. But it turned out that the stadium was more empty than full because of that mischief, if you want. Yeah? And so, of course, that is with a light touch. Perhaps the repercussions are not so major, but we know that drones, cyber warfare, and AI can do much more harm. So this theme is really timely. And the issues to be addressed go to the very heart of modern warfare, accountability, and the protection of human dignity, something that we all hold dearly. We are proud that the students participating are drawn from across the region and that they will have a chance to engage in more depth with these difficult and urgent questions. This MOOT and conference is also important because it's an opportunity to engage in discussions on contemporary issues, specifically modern warfare, and especially with the rise of artificial intelligence, which is, of course, a challenge across the board, across the world. It's not only an African problem, it's a problem or a challenge in all spheres, legal education included. Yeah? So I'm sure the insights coming from here can then inform us, our thinking and our practice in many ways. The theme challenges the traditional understanding of the laws of war and makes it worthwhile to consider those laws in digital battlefields. But beyond that, it's also a gathering of diverse cultures and legal minds from across the Great Lakes region and beyond. So I hope we'll get to experience the best of the cultures within the time and the opportunities available, and also take advantage of this opportunity to build friendships and lifelong professional networks. And that goes for the students as well. So heartfelt gratitude to iPeace, the CEO in particular, Dr. Elvis Mbembe, and all the partner organizations. ICRC, we've already met, but there are a number of other partners. Thank you for your unwavering support and collaboration in making this MOOT and conference a success. We also appreciate the judges, the experts, the coaches, whose Mentorship is going to shape tomorrow's advocates, jurists, and scholars. And to the students, this moot is or should be more than just a competition. Yeah? Let it be a transformative learning journey. Yeah, I think given the chance to interact with even as Strathmore students or alumni who have taken part in moots, I'm sure when you hear that, or if they have a chance to tell you how mooting locally, regionally, internationally has been a transformative learning journey, it means just that. Yeah? So we can take advantage of the opportunity. The skills you will gain, rigorous legal research, persuasive advocacy, teamwork, and resilience will take you very far in life. The friendships and the professional bonds will outlive the contest itself. So every team is a winner by virtue of the knowledge, confidence, and resilience gained. And as I conclude, this university is founded on the ethos and teachings of St. Jose Maria Escrivá. We consider him the founder and the inspiration behind this university. There's a statue of his just outside this building, Sir Thomas More building, and there's a point of his which says, to study means to prepare yourself so that later you may serve more effectively. So dear students, prepare yourselves. There's so much to be done, there's so much yet to be done. So let's take advantage of this opportunity in order to prepare ourselves to serve more effectively. So finally, I wish all the teams, in the 30 teams, that's a really good turnout, and I wish you all the best. May the best one win. Yeah? I'll be rooting for all. Of course, you understand I'll root a bit more for one team. But may the best one win, and enjoy yourselves. Feel at home, and welcome again to Strathmore University. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jen. I can now speak with ease after being welcomed. As we proceed, I would like to let you know that we have restrooms on this floor, so we have our staff right side, in case you need any direction. We are also live streaming this conference, and we have this shared. So, as we celebrate the 10th edition of the Great Lakes Resilience Program, there is no one better placed to talk about this program than the very person who has been at the forefront of the organization of this activity. So at this moment, please join me in welcoming Dr. Elvis Mbembe, who is the President and CEO of Initiatives for Peace and Human Rights, iPeace, to take us through the highlight of this program. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Robert, for the introduction. I would request our English-speaking guests to put on their headphones because I'd like to do some justice to French speakers, and I'll make my speech in French. Madame la chef des délégations régionales du CICR pour le Kenya, la Tanzanie et le Djibouti, Madame la doyenne de l'école de droit de l'Université de Strasbourg, Monsieur le représentant d'Alerte Internationale, chers professeurs, experts, encadrants et étudiants, distingués invités à vos titres et qualités respectifs, bonjour. C'est avec beaucoup d'honneur, d'émotion, mais aussi de joie que nous sommes rassemblés ici aujourd'hui dans ce haut lieu de savoir, l'Université de Strasbourg, pour la 10e édition du programme régional de formation des Grands Lacs en droit international humanitaire et droits humains. Une aventure sans lendemain qui a commencé en 2013. Une initiative pour pallier au manque d'approfondissement des principes du droit international humanitaire et de son lien étroit avec les droits humains dans une région pourtant confrontée depuis des décennies aux pires violations. C'est le cas notamment du génocide contre les Tutsis au Rwanda en 1994, aux multiples conflits armés en RDC, au Burundi, en Ouganda, et même aux attentats terroristes au Kenya. Et bien entendu, j'en passe. Le but de cette initiative était de favoriser la reconstruction de la paix à travers le droit. Et nous avons pris pour cible les jeunes universitaires, parce que nous avons trouvé qu'il y avait un décalage entre, d'une part, les praticiens et ceux qui étaient encore sur le bas de l'école. Et nous nous sommes dit, créons quelque chose pour mettre le pont entre ces deux parties. Après 13 ans d'existence et 10 ans d'édition, beaucoup de résultats ont été réalisés. Nous parlons de 13 ans parce que nous avons eu une interruption entre 2020 et 2022 suite à la pandémie de Covid-19. Normalement, cette année-ci, on serait en train de célébrer notre 13e édition. Alors, comme résultat, jusqu'à réalisé, nous sommes passés des 3 pays, le Rwanda, le Burundi et la RDC comme le noyau de cette activité, à plus de 6 pays à un certain moment. Nous sommes passés de 13 universités au départ à 32 universités à une même édition. Ça, c'était en 2018 qu'on avait eu 32 universités. Et actuellement, si nous nous limitons à 30, notamment pour cette édition, nous remarquons aussi au même moment que le nombre de candidatures continue à augmenter. Cette année-ci, nous avons eu plus de 62 candidatures, mais nous ne pourrions qu'accommoder 32, vous comprenez bien, pour des raisons d'ordre budgétaire. Nous sommes passés d'une représentation féminine de quasi 10% à une action affirmative en faveur des équipes ayant la plus grande représentation féminine. Nous avons désormais pour critère pour sélectionner les universités la parité, c'est-à-dire aucune université ne peut être acceptée si un des candidats ou une des candidates n'est pas au moins une femme. Et une équipe qui a une représentation ou bien un coach, je dirais une coach, a plus de chances d'être sélectionnée qu'une équipe qui a un coach. Nous appelons cela une action affirmative. À ce jour, nous avons plus de 756 alumni à travers l'Afrique. Nous ne disons pas seulement à travers les Grands Lacs, comme la doyenne l'a bien souligné. Le concept Grand Lac a plusieurs acceptions, mais nous avons fait une autre, l'acception qui a été épousée par la conférence internationale sur la région des Grands Lacs, qui reconnaît à peu près 14 pays comme étant membres de la région des Grands Lacs. Et pourquoi nous avons plus de participants? Parce qu'au sein des universités, notre critère de sélection, ce n'est pas la nationalité des étudiants. Ce n'est pas que vous devez être kenyan ou ougandais. Mais nous regardons la nationalité des universités. Et alors, il y a des étudiants d'autres nationalités. Si je me rappelle bien, nous avons une candidate de Malawi pour cette édition, qui est affiliée à une université kenyane ou tanzanienne. Donc nous avons 756 alumni. À cela, nous allons ajouter ceux de cette année. Vous comprenez que c'est déjà un grand réseau que nous avons en place où les gens discutent au quotidien des questions cruciales de droit international humanitaire et de droits de l'homme. Nous avons débattu des thèmes aussi divers que variés, en allant de la problématique des enfants soldats au défi de l'intelligence artificielle, en passant par l'impact des conflits armés sur la biodiversité. Nous avons quitté notre zone de confort de Kigali pour venir s'essayer à Nairobi. Merci à Strasbourg University de nous offrir ces cadres somptueux. N'eût été votre accueil, l'organisation et tout ce dont nous avons bénéficié ici, ça aurait été très difficile de pouvoir être ici dans les conditions actuelles. Merci beaucoup. Mesdames et messieurs, Ce programme a traversé des prairies, des déserts, avec des bons moments dans des oasis. Mais s'il a tenu, ce n'est pas à cause de moyens à notre disposition, mais grâce à une volonté inébranlable de ses initiateurs. C'est pour moi l'occasion ici de remercier mon ami, le professeur Traoré. Benjamin, oui, qui a été là depuis le début avec son expertise et son savoir-faire. Il y a aussi le professeur Ezekiel Amani, qui nous a rejoints dès les premières heures et dont la contribution dans l'équipe pédagogique est cruciale. Nous avons eu des moments de doute, des moments où nous avons annoncé des dates de l'édition. Nous avons même envoyé des invitations, mais sans avoir de l'argent dans nos caisses. Et même, malgré notre expérience de plus de 5 ans, en 2018, postulant à un appel de l'Union européenne, nous avons reçu une réponse un peu, je dirais, compliquée. Notre concept note a passé le test de pertinence, mais le commentaire que nous avons reçu, c'est que c'était un très bon projet, mais il n'est pas réaliste. C'est que pour eux, c'était compliqué, ce n'était pas réaliste qu'une organisation locale puisse rassembler des étudiants des différents pays, des experts des différents pays, pour discuter pendant toute une semaine des droits internationaux humanitaires et des droits de l'homme. Juste une petite anecdote pour vous parler un peu de ces difficultés. Mais on a tenu bon grâce aux partenaires des fois ponctuels, des fois discrets. C'est pour cela que je remercie vivement le CICR qui a toujours été avec nous. Nous avons reçu le soutien direct du CICR Genève. Nous avons travaillé avec CICR RDC, CICR Rwanda, et aujourd'hui nous avons reçu l'appui du CICR, délégation régionale basée à Nairobi. Nous sommes très reconnaissants. Je remercie aussi le Royaume des Pays-Bas, comme notre tout premier bailleur multi-année, grâce à qui nous pouvons souverainement décider des dates, des lieux, avec la ferme conviction que la grande messe du droit international humanitaire et des droits humains aura bel et bien lieu. Je voudrais aussi remercier les encadrants et leurs universités, grâce à qui cette initiative persiste. Comme les années avancent, nous sommes de plus en plus confiants que nous aurons encore davantage d'éditions, davantage de thèmes, davantage d'universités et davantage de personnes avec qui nous allons cheminer. Mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais un peu parler de iPeace, mon organisation, Initiative pour la paix et les droits humains, qui est une organisation basée au Rwanda, mais qui travaille en RDC, qui est aussi enregistrée au Burundi, aux Pays-Bas et en Belgique. À part le programme Grand Lac, qui est un programme flambeau, nous avons aussi d'autres activités. Et notre activité phare, c'est la provision d'aide juridique aux personnes démunies. Au Rwanda, par exemple, sur les 6 derniers mois, nous avons eu des milliers. Can we show the next slide, please? Là, c'est une photo de nos tout premiers participants. Ça, c'est l'édition 2013. On peut passer à la... Next. Oui. Pour les 6 premiers mois de l'année 2025, iPeace au Rwanda a pu donner l'aide légale gratuite à 27 389 personnes. Et comme vous pouvez le constater, nous avons une forte représentation des femmes, à peu près 67% de nos clients, comme on les appelle, ce sont des femmes. Et nous le faisons à travers plusieurs moyens. Notamment, nous avons une ligne verte où les gens peuvent appeler à travers le pays. Nous avons des cliniques juridiques dans différents endroits au Rwanda. Et aussi, nous organisons des cliniques juridiques mobiles. Donc, sans abuser de votre patience, nous aurons peut-être l'occasion d'en parler davantage, mais plus d'informations peuvent aussi être trouvées sur notre site, que vous pouvez trouver sur tous les documents à votre disposition. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous remercie pour votre présence ici et nous avons la ferme conviction que nous allons faire de cette édition une des plus mémorables. Je vous remercie.
Can we have another round of applause for Dr. Elvis? I think it has been mentioned before that this 10th edition of the Great Lakes Regional Training Program is part of a project called Strengthening Access to Justice in the Great Lakes region. And you can see it on the visibility materials around here, but it's important for you to know what this project is about and who are implementing it. So at this juncture, allow me to welcome Maitre John Kazembe, who is representing International Art as the lead of the consortium implementing this project, to take us through the overview of the Access to Justice project. Maitre John, bienvenue.
Je dis aussi bonjour à tout le monde. Qu'il vous plaise aussi à ceux-là qui ont des oreilles anglophones. Encore une fois, de remettre leur casque. Et comme on venait de me présenter, moi c'est John Kazembe. Je suis de l'ONG Alerte Internationale et je suis le chargé principal du projet Accès à la justice et pour la partie RDC. Tellement que c'est un projet régional. Moi, je ne contrôle que la partie RDC. Je remercie vraiment monsieur le professeur Elvis. Je suis vraiment reconnaissant pour tout ce que vous avez toujours fait. Et on m'a demandé de vous présenter sommairement les projets Accès à la justice. Pourquoi? Parce que c'est un des projets qui soutiennent cette activité de manière exceptionnelle. En fait, le projet Accès à la justice, c'est pour ceux qui ne le connaissent pas, c'est un projet de 4 ans, un projet qui est sous financement des Pays-Bas, et c'est un projet régional. Un projet qui s'exécute pour le moment en RDC et au Rwanda, mais principalement dans les zones frontalières. Et j'ai besoin de vous dire ceci, que ce projet est fondé sur 2 constats malheureux. 2 constats en provenance de grandes études. Merci beaucoup Elvis. Et le premier constat, c'est que dans notre région des Grands Lacs, il y a autant de personnes qui sont victimes de violations de leurs droits, mais qui ne savent pas comment toquer sur la porte de la justice. Et cela pour plusieurs raisons. Ça peut être les manques de moyens financiers, parce que la personne n'est pas à mesure ni de payer les honoraires d'un avocat, ni de payer les frais de justice. Ça peut être l'absence des organes judiciaires. Quand vous atterrissez chez nous au Congo, moi je suis de la RDC, il y a des zones où, juste pour déposer une petite plainte, vous devez faire plus de 100 km. Au point que vous imaginez aujourd'hui, en 2025, faire plus de 100 km, ce n'est pas du théâtre. Et cela à pire. Bref, pour plusieurs raisons, il y a autant de personnes qui n'ont pas accès à la justice. Et malheureusement, le deuxième constat, et c'est ça même le deuxième résultat de l'étude qui avait été faite, c'est que quand on n'a pas accès à la justice, eh bien, la population fait recours à des solutions criminelles. La solution fait carrément recours à des solutions violentes. Pourquoi? Parce que la population se dit, comme je suis victime de violation de mes droits, excuse, thank you, voilà, voilà, bon. Hein? Donc les gens se disent que comme je suis victime de violation de mes droits, et que malheureusement, je n'ai pas là où aller, carrément je fais recours à des solutions criminelles. La situation la plus grave, c'est surtout chez nous en RDC. Vous atterrissez à Goma, vous atterrissez à Bukavu, à Walungu, presque partout. Vous allez trouver que la population fait beaucoup plus recours à la justice populaire, à la vengeance privée. Parce que la population n'a pas accès à la justice. Et c'est là que le Pays-Bas, le bailleur de ces projets, a décidé que nous puissions mettre en œuvre les projets accès à la justice. Autrement dit, pour ceux qui comprennent facilement, l'objectif principal du projet accès à la justice, c'est d'organiser des activités qui ont pour finalité de réduire la souffrance de la population dans le domaine de la justice. Tout ce que nous faisons, toutes les activités que nous organisons, n'ont qu'une seule finalité: réduire la souffrance de la population dans le domaine de la justice. Autrement dit, pousser la population à ne plus recourir aux solutions criminelles. Et j'ai l'honneur de vous informer, honorés participants, à ce stade ici, le projet n'organise que 4 catégories d'activités. Jusqu'à présent. Si vous avez une autre proposition, alors qu'elle soit la bienvenue. Mais jusqu'à présent, nous organisons 4 catégories d'activités. Et le premier axe d'activité que nous organisons, nous appelons ça, je ne sais pas si je vais trouver ça, il est là, c'est sûr, juste ici en bas, voilà. Nous sommes là. Donc le premier axe, c'est pour cela qu'ils peuvent le voir, eh bien, ce sont les activités de prévention des conflits, de résolution pacifique des conflits et de promotion de la confiance vis-à-vis de l'autorité. Quand nous disons prévention de conflits, nous faisons beaucoup plus recours à la sensibilisation de la population. Nous faisons beaucoup plus recours à la sensibilisation des bénéficiaires du projet. Actuellement, nous utilisons presque 26 radios pour sensibiliser la population. Faire connaître à la population ses droits, ses obligations, les voies à suivre pour bénéficier d'une assistance judiciaire gratuite. Et ainsi, pousser la population à ne plus recourir aux solutions criminelles. Ainsi, nous organisons même plusieurs cliniques. Monsieur le professeur Elvis l'a dit. En RDC, nous avons 5 cliniques du côté de la frontière, là où n'importe qui peut bénéficier des conseils légaux de manière gratuite, sans rien payer. Là où quelqu'un peut bénéficier de la rédaction des actes, actes de vente, actes de succession, de manière gratuite. Le professeur Elvis a même dit que nous faisons recours aux cliniques juridiques mobiles. C'est-à-dire, nous déplaçons des avocats du projet pour aller les mettre dans des endroits les plus fréquentés, comme dans des églises, dans des écoles, dans des marchés, sur la route, afin d'informer la population, de sensibiliser la population. Bref, ce sont des activités de prévention de conflits. Mais aussi, nous faisons les activités de résolution pacifique des conflits. Pourquoi? Parce que vous êtes des juristes comme moi, je suis avocat, pour ceux qui ne les connaissent pas. Chez nous, nous disons, il vaut mieux un mauvais arrangement qu'un bon procès. Voilà pourquoi, dans le cadre du projet Accès à la justice, on aurait souhaité que sur les 100% des dossiers que nous recevons, au moins que 90% soient résolus de manière pacifique, à l'amiable. Et tout le monde connaît déjà la raison. Un dossier judiciaire va vous créer un gagnant et un perdant. Malheureusement. Et tout perdant devient ennemi du gagnant. Ça, c'est une réalité. Mais par les arrangements amiables, par les recours au mode alternatif de résolution de conflits, les deux parties sortent étant des gagnantes. Voilà pourquoi nous aimons beaucoup plus les activités de médiation. Et nous avons reçu autant de personnes qui ont soumis leur dossier à la médiation. Et à la fin de chaque médiation, nous soumettons les dossiers à l'homologation de la décision par les tribunaux compétents. Vous avez lu aussi que nous faisons les activités de promotion de la confiance vis-à-vis de l'autorité. Pour quelles raisons? C'est un constat malheureux, malheureusement. Depuis un certain temps, la population a perdu sa confiance vis-à-vis des autorités, surtout vis-à-vis des autorités judiciaires. Mes compatriotes congolais comprennent facilement. Chez nous, en tout cas, la population a perdu toute sa confiance vis-à-vis de la justice. Voilà pourquoi nous organisons des activités qui ont pour finalité de briser les barrières entre la population et la justice, entre la population et les magistrats. Par exemple, les journées portes ouvertes devant les juridictions civiles et militaires, où on invite les acteurs de la justice, le magistrat civil et militaire, les greffiers, qui viennent répondre à toutes les questions de la population. Ça, c'est pour tenter de briser les barrières. La deuxième activité, ou la deuxième catégorie d'activités que nous faisons, ce sont les activités, elles sont là, je pense, ce sont les activités d'assistance judiciaire gratuite. Quand nous parlons d'assistance judiciaire gratuite, c'est surtout vis-à-vis du projet. Et là, je remercie profondément notre bailleur de fonds, le Royaume des Pays-Bas. Pourquoi? Parce qu'au niveau de ce deuxième axe ici, les frais de justice et les honoraires des avocats sont supportés par les projets, sont supportés par le financement du projet. Et pourquoi est-ce que nous faisons ces activités? C'est parce que, d'abord, il y a plusieurs dossiers pour lesquels, en RDC par exemple, la loi nous interdit la médiation. Mais aussi, il y a des dossiers qui résistent à la médiation. Quels que soient les efforts que fournissent les avocats du projet, les dossiers résistent à la médiation. Nous soumettons ces dossiers à l'assistance judiciaire gratuite. Autrement dit, la partie victime va bénéficier des services des avocats du projet de manière gratuite. Les frais de justice et les honoraires des avocats seront payés par le projet. Et c'est par là d'ailleurs que nous avons mis en ligne un numéro vert. Les deux numéros sont ici en bas. En RDC, pour toute personne qui a besoin, il peut nous appeler. Quels que soient les réseaux qu'il utilise, il va bénéficier de notre assistance judiciaire gratuitement. Ce sont des numéros verts, tant en RDC qu'au Rwanda. Le troisième axe que nous faisons au niveau du projet, c'est l'axe de renforcement de capacité. Et je vous préviens, c'est l'axe même qui réunit ces cadres ici présents. Les juristes le savent. Nous sommes des étudiants éternels. Pour quelles raisons? Chaque année, chaque mois, il y a de nouvelles lois qui naissent, de nouveaux textes légaux que nous n'avons pas appris à l'école, que nous n'avons pas appris à l'université. Voilà pourquoi les projets font les activités de renforcement de capacité. Vis-à-vis de qui? Des acteurs de la justice. Le magistrat, les avocats, les secrétaires de parquet, les greffiers, les huissiers, les étudiants, les autorités. Nous les formons sur différentes thématiques afin qu'ils soient à mesure de bien dire les droits et surtout de ne pas sacrifier les innocents. Parce que pour nous, juristes, nous disons, au lieu de condamner un innocent, autant mieux acquitter 1000 criminels. Et les derniers axes que nous faisons, et je termine par là, les derniers axes que nous faisons, vous l'avez vu, ce sont les activités de plaidoyer et d'appui ministériel. Et je remercie encore une fois notre bailleur qui a autorisé les activités d'appui ministériel. Au niveau du plaidoyer, ce que nous faisons, nous récoltons les différents problèmes de la population dans les secteurs de la justice. Et nous soumettons ces problèmes auprès des autorités compétentes. Dans quel objectif? Décrocher des décisions qui peuvent réduire la souffrance de la population dans le domaine de la justice. Ça, c'est au niveau du plaidoyer. Nous avons fait beaucoup de plaidoyers et je pense que sur les 100% jusqu'à présent, au moins 60% de nos plaidoyers sont déjà clôturés, bien clôturés. Je peux vous citer juste un cas simple, Robert va autoriser, et c'était le plaidoyer par rapport à une zone qu'on appelle Camagnola, pour ceux qui connaissent la RDC. Au niveau du site Kivu, nous avons une zone appelée Camagnola où, juste pour aller déposer une plainte, la population fait plus de 173 km. Nous sommes allés contacter le Conseil supérieur de la magistrature. Nous l'avons présenté cette situation. Dieu merci parce que le Conseil a décidé de créer des instances judiciaires au niveau de Camagnola afin de rapprocher la justice de justiciables. Et vous avez lu à côté, on écrit appui ministériel. Au niveau des appuis ministériels, ce que nous faisons, nous reconnaissons qu'au niveau du projet, nous ne sommes pas parfaits. Autrement dit, nous n'avons pas tout prévu. Et donc nous ouvrons aussi la brèche à nos partenaires. Les partenaires qui peuvent aussi nous proposer des activités. Des activités allant dans le sens d'améliorer l'accès à la justice. Je cite le cas d'un partenaire qui nous a proposé la cartographie des lieux de détention. Une activité par laquelle nous visitons tous les lieux de détention, cachots, amigos, prisons, afin de détecter des personnes qui sont détenues de manière irrégulière et ces personnes sont relâchées à l'immédiat. Mais aussi nous détectons des personnes qui sont détenues de manière régulière mais sans moyen de se défendre. Leurs dossiers sont confiés au projet. Et donc par cette activité, on donne aussi la possibilité à nos partenaires de nous proposer des activités que nous nous appuyons sur le plan financier et logistique. Voilà donc de manière brève, de manière synthétique, ce qu'on appelle les projets accès à la justice. Je sais que vous n'avez pas tout noté. Grâce à l'expertise de notre partenaire iPeace, on va vous partager toutes ces présentations. Nous avons dit et nous vous remercions. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Maître John, for taking us through the project that we're implementing in consortium. At this point, to wrap up the first half of the morning, allow me to welcome Ms. Marie Dubo, who is the ICRC's head of delegation for Kenya, Tanzania, and Djibouti, for her keynote speech. You're very welcome.
Good morning, bonjour. Esteemed speaker, colleagues, participants and friends, it is an honor and a great pleasure for me to address you this morning. On behalf of the International Committee of the Red Cross, I'm delighted to join our colleagues hosting us today, Dr. Jane Wazuta, the Dean of Strathmore School of Law, and Professor Elvis Bembe, President of International Peace, at the 2025th iteration of the Great Lakes training program on international law and for human rights. I restart. Great Lakes training program in international humanitarian law and human rights. My sincere thanks also to the Kingdom of Netherlands for their facilitation and invaluable support in this engagement. We are gathered here today for this annual program to discuss and address how emerging technologies are reshaping IHL. Let us recall, however, at the very outset that the Geneva Convention of 1949, the foundational treaties of modern international humanitarian law, remain applicable to all weapons, means and methods of warfare, whether of the past, present or future, as was elaborated by the International Court of Justice in 1996. This is of course also the legal understanding of Article 36 of the Additional Protocol of 1977, which mandate the legal review of new weapons, means and methods of warfare during their study, development, acquisition or adoption. Adopted in to the horror of the World War II, the Geneva Convention contains essential rules limiting the excess of warfare, and must not be disregarded when confronting with evolving battlefields or emerging technologies. 7.5 decades later, the Geneva Convention enjoyed universal ratification, present reaffirmation and widespread integration into the national law and military doctrine of states. That said, as much as IHL has come to be valued, the advent of the new millennium has posed fresh challenges for IHL and its ability to effectively regulate contemporary armed conflict. Over the past years, violations of IHL have given rise to serious global concerns. Interpreting fundamental IHL principles with increasing elasticity leads down a dangerous path, beyond what is militarily necessary and tolerable to humanity. States have also, at times, invoked IHL in situations that do not meet the legal criteria for armed conflict. Transformation in the methods and means and geography of warfare have progressively endangered civilian lives and infrastructure. Technological advances in warfare have continued to test the adaptability of international humanitarian law. With the strengthening of sanctions and counterterrorism framework, the ability of organizations to provide impartial humanitarian assistance and protection in conflict-affected areas has been further jeopardized. Bearing in mind the focus of today's discussion, through these remarks, I hope to address some of the challenges posed by the means of methods of warfare employed in contemporary armed conflict. Needless to say, with the progress in technology, parties have been increasingly relying on their digital or cyber capabilities, as well as employing autonomous weapon systems in armed conflict. Therefore, the main contemporary challenge that I would like to address today is that of cyber warfare and the use of autonomous weapon systems. There is a broad international that IHL applies to cyber operation in armed conflict. Among the many examples of such consensus, perhaps of most interest to us would be the common African position on the application of international law to the use of information and communication technology in cyberspace, issued on the 29th of January 2024 by the African Union Peace and Security Council, which affirms the same. Considering the type of cyber operation conducted in contemporary armed conflict, it appears that most disrupt services, disable computers and networks, or damage or delete data without causing physical harms. This raises a fundamental question: do such cyber operations qualify as an attack under IHL and thus regulated by conduct of hostility norms? In our view, and that of several states, an operation designed to disable a computer or a computer network during an armed conflict constitutes an attack under IHL, whether the object is disabled through kinetic or cyber means. At the same time, it is important to recall that IHL rules also apply to those military operations that do not amount to attack, precisely in case of specially protected objects, such as medical facilities. Consequently, directing disruptive cyber operation against hospitals, including its civilian medical data, seems incompatible with IHL rules governing specially protected objects. In the past, parties to armed conflict have also used social media platforms to incite violence against civilians and military personnel hors de combat. IHL imposes limits to such information operation. For example, it requires each party to an armed conflict to ensure respect for IHL by its armed forces. This obligation requires first and foremost that civilian or military leadership of a party to an armed conflict must neither order nor encourage IHL violation by their own forces, including through digital platforms. During an armed conflict, The information space may also become fertile ground for the use of false information created through artificial intelligence power tools, also called as deepfake technology. HL set limits on this as well. For example, it is a violation of HL to kill, injure, or capture an adversary by resort of perfidy. Thus, resorting to perfidy by hastening deepfake technology Thus, coming back, it's back. You can do with that? No? Go back. Thus, resorting to perfidy by hastening deepfake technology would be a violation of HL and in some instances a war crime. Another significant challenge closely associating with the digitalization of armed conflict is the progressing proximity of civilians, individual hackers or tech company to hostility. And what may constitute a direct participation in hostilities, thus risking undermining the cardinal principle of HL, the distinction between who or what is civilian and who or what is military. Let us turn now to autonomous weapon system. The use of small armed drones and loitering munition, which are remotely piloted and guided, is a reality in today's armed conflict. This could, however, easily become tomorrow's autonomous weapon system with just a software update. Despite the increasing sophistication of autonomous weapon system and associated sensor, software and robotic technologies, it is crucial to remember that the HL obligation regarding the conduct of hostilities must be fulfilled by its human commanders and users. This obligation and related accountability cannot be outsourced to a machine process or a computer program. While a human may delegate certain technical tasks, they cannot delegate the determination of the lawfulness of an act, such as whether an object is military or not. The ICRC find it hard to envisage realistic combat situation where the use of autonomous weapon system against person would not pose a significant risk of an HL violation. Due to these concerns surrounding autonomous weapons, the ICRC has since 2021 called for additional rules governing their development and use. In our view, these rules ought to prohibit unpredictable autonomous systems, the effect of which cannot be sufficiently understood, predicted, or explained, such as autonomous weapon system controlled by machine learning software. This rule also ought to prohibit the use of autonomous weapon system to directly target individuals, and should also impose strict constraint on the design and the use of autonomous weapon system, including through limits on the type of targets, geographical and temporal scope, and scale of use, situation of use, mandating robust human-machine supervisory interaction. I take this opportunity to reiterate the ICRC call on all states to take a bold and principled political action to negotiate such clear and binding international legal rule by 2026. Despite this and many other challenges, the potential of HL to mitigate the devastation of armed conflict for individuals, family and communities is unique. As a functioning of society and people's access to services and communication increasingly rely on connectivity, digital tools, services and infrastructure, protection risk resulting from the use of new technologies of warfare can also have serious effect on the safety, dignity and well-being of affected people. In this month of the 76th anniversary of the Geneva Convention, the undertaking of states to respect and ensure respect of the Convention, stated in Common Article 1, remain the best starting point to reduce suffering and protect the lives and livelihood of millions of people affected by armed conflict. This is where conversation like today's can also support by identifying the issue we face and how best support states to address them while recalling the essence of HL and remaining true to its letter and its spirit. Thank you very much.
Let us appreciate one more time Ms. Dubo for her keynote speech. We are now coming to an interesting session for us, for everyone who is here. And I believe this is a very important session because without it, we would not have any evidence. And as you are lawyers, I know you like evidence, so we're going to look for some evidence that you are here. The family picture, we're going to take it outside on the stairs. Our team is here to guide you as we head outside. And please, let's all walk towards the place where we are going to take the picture, and we'll give you more guidance on that. We have different sessions, and I believe everyone is going to be part of the sessions we're going to arrange. So let's say there, then we'll give you the guidance. Thank you. You can, for people having laptops or any books, you can leave them behind. And after the session, the picture, we are coming back here for the next session.
Je me nomme Safika Doukourozi, je suis étudiante à l'université de Goma en première année de master. Je suis ici à Kigali avec mon coéquipier qui se nomme Chipamba Ntikala Josué. Il est aussi étudiant à l'université de Goma en deuxième année de master droit public interne. Nous sommes accompagnés de notre coach qui se nomme Franck Choukuru. Il est assistant à la faculté de droit de l'université de Goma. Je suis heureuse et reconnaissante. Je ne m'attendais pas à revenir avec le prix de la meilleure plaideuse. D'ailleurs, je pensais qu'on ne donnait que le prix du meilleur plaideur et je pensais que c'était tous les sexes confondus. Je l'ai appris sur place et j'étais très contente. Alors, remporter le prix de la deuxième place, c'est aussi une très grande expérience parce qu'avec mon coéquipier, nous avons beaucoup appris de cette édition. Et nous pensons pouvoir aider ceux qui viennent après nous, de l'université ou d'ailleurs, à pouvoir prendre à cœur ce défi qui est nôtre, ce défi de pouvoir faire respecter le droit international humanitaire, que ce soit en temps de paix, comme en temps de guerre surtout, et aussi de respecter le droit de l'environnement et toutes ces notions qu'on nous a apprises ici tout au long des formations. Sincèrement, je n'ai pas eu le cours de droit international humanitaire. J'ai eu par contre le cours de droit international public. C'est sûrement le seul cours à caractère international que j'ai eu. Et le droit international des investissements aussi. Mais pour le reste, vu que je sais qu'il y a d'autres étudiants qui sont sûrement dans la même situation que moi et qui s'intéressent au droit international humanitaire mais n'ont pas eu à choisir cette option-là, je pense qu'il serait important de pouvoir organiser plus fréquemment des séminaires en droit international humanitaire, en droit international de droits de l'homme et des séminaires qui seront ouverts à tout le monde pour essayer de faire comprendre aux gens ce qu'est le droit international humanitaire. Une fois, dans les séances des formations qu'on nous donnait, l'un des experts avait dit qu'il conseillait aux gens de pouvoir être des conseillers juridiques des groupes armés. Je pense que je soutiens son avis. Parce que si les rebelles prenaient conscience de ce qu'est le droit international humanitaire, je crois qu'ils agiraient un peu mieux avec la vie humaine et tout ce qui pourrait nuire à l'humanité.
My name is Mukisa Joshua William and I'm from Makerere University in Uganda. For this round of the Great Lakes Moot Court competition, my partner was Mirungi Prima Elizabeth. Well, I expected this to be mainly a moot competition, but when I did arrive, I noticed that besides it being a moot competition, there was an opportunity to learn. We had conferences, trainings, we had interactions, the opportunity to network with people from diverse backgrounds, and this was a cherry on top. Because just the order of the competition alone was enough for you to acquire intellect, knowledge, an understanding of this tricky subject, but then with the opportunity to interact with these experts who were there, free access between the students and professors, persons with PhDs, authors, indescribable would be the best word. But also, I think that it inspires students, the young generation. It gives them an opportunity, a space where they can interact with their mentors, people that they would otherwise only meet in books. And so I find that the expectation of it just being a competition has been far surpassed, with this being an opportunity to make new friends, interact with your inspiration, mentors, and also discover new path in life. Absolutely. the knowledge acquired here can be utilized, to arbitrate some of these armed conflicts taking place around the African continent, in the Great Lakes region, how to champion dialogue, interact with people, promote methods of transitional justice, but also bring some of the top criminals to responsibility. And I find that it is a practical activity or engagement that we had here. Not only am I having the opportunity to do what a lawyer would only have the chance at the highest level of a national court, that is at the Supreme Court or at the International Criminal Court. Here, I'm doing that, going 20 or 30 years into the future and practicing, exercising my ability to persuade the court, to exercise interpretation on complex matters of law. And I know that the knowledge acquired here will be utilized in my work throughout, the African continent, establishing the legal footprint in my region and the various areas within the Great Lakes territory. And I'm also looking at interacting with fellow youth students, guiding them, offering them some advice, what path to pursue, and how best they can also become players in dealing with these issues that really affect us a lot on the continent. Definitely, this activity can help people get access to justice, because one, it is equipping the lawyers that are going to represent these people, but two, it is also creating awareness for these judicial mechanisms, because many people think that when crimes against humanity are committed, or when war crimes are committed, or things like genocide, they're all left to the government to decide what should be done. But then you get to realize that individuals too can participate. The lawyers can press charges through organized groups like NGOs. They can come together and educate people, educate governments, educate leaders about the law of armed conflict. And this then sets a standard through which people know how best they can defend themselves and the obligations that any people engaged in armed conflict would have for civilians and protected persons. So I definitely see this as something that is relevant and is going to enable people get access to justice, because here they do know now that there are crimes like genocide. It is a crime, it is an international crime, so it sheds light on the avenues available for one who is seeking justice.
Je m'appelle Reine Mahoro, je viens de l'Université Lumière de Bujumbura en 3e année baccalauréat dans la faculté de droit. Et je suis ici à Kigali avec mon coéquipier qui s'appelle Steph Darcy Iradukunda et notre coach qui s'appelle Deo Naongiriye. Alors, il est très important de parler du droit international humanitaire dans notre région des Grands Lacs, parce que c'est un droit qui va de pair avec les conflits armés qui sont dans certains de nos pays. Alors, pour le cas pratique qu'on a eu à traiter, c'était vraiment un cas complexe, parce qu'on devait analyser la situation en profondeur pour pouvoir déterminer les crimes qui étaient en train d'être commis dans ce pays qui était un pays fictif, mais qui pourrait effectivement être un pays de l'Afrique ou bien d'un autre continent. Et avoir à traiter ce cas nous orientait en tant que juristes sur des crimes effectivement du droit international humanitaire, mais aussi les droits humains.
My name is Joseph Isaac Masangula, a student from the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. My team coach is Dr. Petro Protas, and my teammate is Gertrude Makunganya. My expectations when I was chosen to participate in the Great Lakes training in international humanitarian law and human rights were actually going to a platform where I can learn a lot of stuff. Because in the Great Lakes we have countries which are facing several problems. I can take an example of DR Congo and Burundi, where several problems are occurring every day. So my expectations were, I'm going to a platform where I will meet vibrant lawyers of tomorrow who are going to discuss solutions on how can we make efforts to ensure no any problem persists within the Great Lakes region. The message I'm going to go back with in my country, Tanzania, is Africa is one. And we Africans must ensure we unite. We unite in a manner, we need to ensure peace and stability within the Great Lakes region. Not only because Tanzania has an everlasting peace, then I should just sit and relax. No. As a youth, I have the responsibility to ensure I take a full command in order to ensure there is an everlasting peace, not only in my country, but also in the whole region of the Great Lakes.
My name is Jen Namai Wafula and I am from Kenyatta University. It's in Kenya. My teammate is Joel Ngugi Kabena and our coach is Jean Karakanyaboke. The quality of the topics discussed was a good one. There was a good choice on the topics. Indeed, I got to learn that the environment is one of the targets by the belligerents. So it's been a good choice of topics by the organizers, and I wish that they continue doing more of that they continue with that pace so that we get to really understand from the in-depth what this topic of law entails. Let us not leave any topic, no matter how little time we have, let us get to exhaust at least everything that might be a target of the belligerents in war. The knowledge acquired from this training is really going to be beneficial to me, to my peers, and to my community. First, to me, because next semester I'm going to undertake a unit on international humanitarian law. It is an optional unit, but I have opted to do it because I want to get to understand more what law is and the rules that govern war. To my peers, I will get to tell them about iPeace and what iPeace is doing in relation to international humanitarian law. They will get to understand from a different perspective, indeed, that there is an organization that educates persons about this topic of law. And to my community, really, when I get out there and share knowledge that I have acquired from this training, the public out there, law students, non-law students, they will get to understand the laws that govern war, and they will get to know that indeed, even if we are taking part in this armed conflict, there are rules that we must adhere to, and that will make a change to the way people conduct themselves during armed conflict. The experience I had from this training, it actually started from the memorials writing to the advisory panel and to the pleadings session. It's been a learning experience. You get to be corrected by judges, you get to be corrected by the panelists, you get a chance to ask questions from the expert during the conference and also at a personal level. So for me, it has been a learning experience and one I will always be proud of. And as at now, I can say I am living my dream, getting to one of the cities that I have always wanted to be in. So I am thankful to iPeace for this opportunity to experience something I have always wanted to experience. Yeah.
Je me nomme Anchiza Migani Ryan. Je viens de l'Université catholique de Bukavu. J'ai constitué une équipe avec mademoiselle Kaambuta Sidibora. Oui, notre université, notre équipe a dû remporter le prix de la meilleure équipe dans ce concours. Mais en soi, il ne s'agit pas simplement d'une victoire qui est personnelle à l'équipe, mais une victoire qui appartient à tous. En réalité, Le programme à lui seul porte déjà une formation et le concours n'a consisté que dans l'application de ce qui a été appris. Or, tous nous avions appris, certaines circonstances se sont déroulées, mais en réalité, dans ce type de compétition, dans ce type de programme, dans ce type de formation, soit on est gagnant, soit on est gagnant. Certainement, notre tâche à nous, en ayant participé à ce programme, notre tâche à nous, en ayant apprécié le programme, bien sûr aussi peut-être en ayant gagné ce concours, c'est de pouvoir relayer cette information à toutes les autres personnes. Non seulement le relais des matières qui ont été apprises autant que nous le pourrons, mais aussi le relais du programme tel que organisé par iPeace. Et c'est ainsi que, dans notre université par exemple, un club déjà dans ce sens a déjà été institué durant cette année, un club des droits humains. Pourquoi ne pas mettre aussi un club de droit international humanitaire et qui s'occupera particulièrement non seulement de la formation des étudiants autour de cette thématique qui est très importante, mais aussi de pouvoir faire participer les étudiants à de tels ateliers, car comme on dit, dans de types de clubs, l'on peut étudier de la théorie, mais dans ce type de programme, on apprend beaucoup plus par la pratique.
Je me nomme Safika Doukourozi, je suis étudiante à l'université de Goma en première année de master. Je suis ici à Kigali avec mon coéquipier qui se nomme Chipamba Ntikala Josué. Il est aussi étudiant à l'université de Goma en deuxième année de master droit public interne. Nous sommes accompagnés de notre coach qui se nomme Franck Choukuru. Il est assistant à la faculté de droit de l'université de Goma. Je suis heureuse et reconnaissante. Je ne m'attendais pas à revenir avec le prix de la meilleure plaideuse. D'ailleurs, je pensais qu'on ne donnait que le prix du meilleur plaideur et je pensais que c'était tous les sexes confondus. Je l'ai appris sur place et j'étais très contente. Alors, remporter le prix de la deuxième place, c'est aussi une très grande expérience parce qu'avec mon coéquipier, nous avons beaucoup appris de cette édition et nous pensons pouvoir aider ceux qui viennent après nous, de l'université ou d'ailleurs, à pouvoir prendre à cœur ce défi qui est nôtre, ce défi de pouvoir faire respecter le droit international humanitaire, que ce soit en temps de paix comme en temps de guerre surtout, et aussi de respecter le droit de l'environnement et toutes ces notions qu'on nous a apprises ici tout au long des formations.
we know very well now what is the topic that is going to mobilize our attention for the next coming days. I don't have much to say in terms of introducing this panel. I think the different speeches that we had this morning, including the one from the ICRC, actually paves very well the way for starting this conversation, a conversation that we are going to have during our panels, but also, as you know it very well, during the pleadings that the students and the participants in the mood are going to take us through. So, for the first panel, the panel is entitled Accountability, Compliance, and the Future of Human Control. So it's now very clear to us that the battlefield, or maybe more precisely the means and methods but recently we have experienced, we have witnessed rapid evolution in the use of specific new technologies on the battlefield. And these new technologies obviously raise a number of legal issues, although most principles of international humanitarian law do apply. We are still faced with a number of challenges as to how to address, some of the impacts of these new technologies on the battlefield. So to discuss this first topic, I am delighted to welcome here on the stage a terrific panel, I must say. So first of all, I will ask to join me here my good brother, Dr. John Joseph Wamara. So Joseph Mawara is a senior lecturer and dean of the Moi University Law School here in Kenya. With over 14 years of experience, his expertise spans public international law, international humanitarian law, human rights, law and religion, and comparative constitutionalism. He earned a doctorate from Emory University 2019 and has contributed to scholarship including the territorial right of the Ogiek people. And Dr. Wamara has served with the ICRC, the ICC, the International Criminal Court, and the Kenyan Parliament, and received the 8th CB Madam Prize. Thank you for joining us. So, next speaker, we have Miss Emily Anderson. Miss Emily Anderson is a PhD fellow at Leiden University, specializing in international humanitarian law and international criminal law. She earned an LLM in public international law from the University of Amsterdam 2022, and her research focuses on AI-driven support systems in military targeting, and she has published work on AI decision support system and facial recognition technology in Gaza, specifically in 2025. Thank you very much for coming from all the way from Leiden to here. We are very glad to have you. And last but not least, joining us online, Professor Thompson Shengeta. Professor Shengeta is an international law professor and artificial intelligence technologies, professor in artificial intelligence technologies at Liverpool John Moores University. With over 15 years of experience, he serves as a UN Secretary General appointed member of the advisory body on disarmament matters and has contributed to multiple UN Human Rights Council reports on lethal autonomous weapons. He holds a PhD from the University of Pretoria, an LLM from Harvard Law School, and the University of Pretoria, and a Master in AI Ethics from the University of Cambridge. And he has advised states and international organizations, organized workshops for, for African diplomats, and authored that are cited in the UN parliamentary reports. So again, thank you very much to all of you for joining us for this timely conversation. So my task is very simple, and without further ado, I would like to give the floor. So John Wamara is going to issue of legal classification of AI-driven weapon systems. So often when we speak about these weapon systems, there is a big cloud there. I think the role of Mawara is just to introduce this conversation and give us some sort of benchmark, some clarity on.
Now, is it, can you hear me? Yes. Young people who are here, I want to let you know that we are being a journey about they are and now I situation that and it says that it is not for example, new weapons must trade against all prevail, and if they don't afford, then they not use international law. Next, can we go to the next slide? And further, we support the requirement for protection and autonomous weapons system. And the ICRC has made an effort at defining these as weapons that the ability to select, search, identify, track, attack, or use force against or neutralize damage targets without human intervention. And I know that in the course of this training, we will go into the various aspects
over time. But let us remember that in international humanitarian law, or at least in war, any new technology must be capable of being used in compliance with rules of international humanitarian law and human rights. Now, there are, and I think that this now is the gist of what we will discuss today, that there are general things that we must look at whenever we considerations that must be made whenever you choose to employ international AI-driven weapons. Number one, legality, the very first thing that we must ask. Is it legal under international humanitarian law, under international human rights law, and other principles of international law? Are they legal? That's the first thing. The next thing is, can you reasonably predict how the weapon will function in any given circumstance of use and the ethics that will result from its use? Number two, predictability. Is it predictable? Number three, reliability. And is there enough knowledge that this machine that you want to employ will be used in a particular intended way with a particular intended outcome without failures or unintended effects? And number three, of course, is ethical considerations. And the ethical considerations would be, we should not leave the decision to kill or not to kill to machines. And therefore then, there must be, or there's a debate of whether we should have meaningful or effective or appropriate levels of human judgment whenever a decision is to be made about neutralizing a target or not. And then, of course, finally, we are talking about accountability. And then accountability is, at the end of the day, we are not going to have some weapon paraded to account. The one who accounts is the individual, the human individual. And it can be, therefore then, why and at what level must we let go of the human control if there's going to be accountability by human beings? And with that then, I want to ask that we ask, have there been instances when we have had AI-driven weapons employed at the field? Probably Chengeta Professor Chengeta will give us a few more information on this. But I watched a very interesting movie that I'd ask that you take time to watch if you have a moment. Eye in the Sky. And they are debating how they are supposed to target a particular Al-Shabaab target. And then what level of intervention must individuals employ? It's an interesting thing. What other examples exist? There may be many, and we will discuss this throughout this week. And then finally, I want to ask that if there are any confirmed instances when fully autonomous AI-driven weapons are being employed in the armed conflict space, then maybe that's one of those questions we will ask here. But I confirm that that's what publicly none has been confirmed. Maybe privately there is. And then finally, I want to ask that you remember this as what the ICRC has suggested as the basis for the considerations that one must make before AI-driven weapons are employed. Number one, on technical parameters, we must consider predictability and liability. Reliability, not liability, reliability. And the operational parameters, the question that must be asked is, what is the task the weapon is employed to do? Number two, what type of target does the weapon attack? Number three, what type of force can it use the associated effect? Number four, in the environment in which the weapon will be used, and the environment in which it will operate, and then the mobility of the weapon in the space, and then the time frame of operation, and finally, the level of human control that is present. Finally, I end by saying that we have a duty as humanity. Before we unleash AI to the world, let us make every effort to ensure that the current or future use of AI-driven weapons comply with international humanitarian law and human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. John Joseph Marmara, for your interesting, I would say, rich presentation on these new technologies and how, you know, a few principles should be, a number of principles should be kept in mind when it comes to considering how they should be used. Now I will just give the floor to Emily, Miss Emily Anderson, whose work come recently, I must say, to the attention of you know, lawyers and people working in this field. I am mentioning here your recent article on the use of some forms of AI-driven weapons in the Gaza conflict. So we are looking forward to hearing from you, and maybe you will start giving us some answers to some of the questions that were raised by Manwara. Thank you so much.
Right, can everyone hear me? So, thank you so much also to the organizers for inviting me to here. It's a real pleasure to be here with everyone here, both students, colleagues from all different universities on this very timely and important topic on AI and cyber warfare. So I have a presentation, it does be called, amazing. So my presentation today will be about the use of AI decision support systems in targeting decisions. And I'm specifically focusing on the challenges and the implication this may arise under the principle of proportionality under IHL. Do I have a... Could I please get the next slide, or can I have a clicker, please? Yes, so today I'll be firstly focusing on different case studies in that sense, and I'll be primarily focusing on the case study of Israel's use of AI decision support systems, and specifically an AI DSS that is known as the Lavender. Sorry? Okay, perfect. So I'll be focusing on that, and then I'll also be introducing what is actually AI decision support systems. What are they used for, and in what context can they be used in, specifically in targeting decisions? And then in my second part, I'll also be discussing more on the human-AI interaction and why this is important to think about when we're talking about compliance with IHL. And then finally, I'll be discussing primarily on the principle of proportionality and its implications when coming to use of AI DSS. So, can I please have the next slide? Where? Yes. So let's introduce the case study I'll be focusing on. So last year in April 2024, a Palestinian-Israeli news program called the Plus 972 magazine and the local call published an article that caught a lot of attention. And this article reported that the Israeli military has been using multiple different AI DSS in Gaza to be used in targeting decisions. And one of these systems that I'll be focusing on today is known as the Lavender. So the Lavender has probably been used to identify human targets that is supposed to be used in so-called targeting lists in that sense. And the system has been trained on to identify certain attributes that are supposed to be signifiers of patterns of members of Hamas or the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. So according to reporting, the system in that sense is assigning a score from a 1 to 100 of each of being affiliated with these armed groups in that sense. And once they've identified such individuals, the also in that sense are relying on certain data in that sense. They're trained on certain data in the early stages of the so-called targeting circle. So these systems are used when it comes to target development, when it comes to identification of targets. So because of that, these systems has more broadly not been raised as much global attentions in comparison to the autonomous weapon systems as my colleague just presented on in that sense. Because these systems are not used to target and fire independently or autonomously against such targets. So they're more part of identifying targets in the early phases. And because of that, there's sort of this assumption that because it's always a human, a military commander in that sense, that is taking the final decision, there's no real sort of legal challenges or risk that decisions are raising. But what I argue, and it does also we will see soon in the case study of the use of the vendor by the IDF, is that these systems raise serious legal implications and risk when it comes to compliance with international humanitarian law and the protection of the civilian population, including civilian objects in that sense. And in order to understand that, it's also important, as I mentioned, to understand the human-AI interaction in that sense. Yes, so the human-AI interaction, I argue, is important to look into 3 different perspectives, because these 3 perspectives on the human-AI interaction are present at the same time. So the first one is the technical challenges, and these are just different examples of it. There's different other aspects that's important. For example, as my colleague talked about, reliability, predictability in that sense. But in technical challenges, one of these aspects is important to think about is the confidence threshold. What is a confidence threshold? So the confidence threshold is the standard of the level of accuracy. Each of those outputs from an AIDSS is set to be seen as sufficiently accurate, or legal, or even maybe ethical in that sense. So each of these outputs an AIDSS is generating, including the lavender, has a certain confidence score. A confidence score of how accurate the system is in identifying each object or each individual as a military object in that sense. The second aspect, can you go back one slide? Yes, thank you. And the second aspect is algorithmic bias. Algorithmic bias appears and occurs when a system during the training and developing phase has not been trained on representative data. For example, that the system has only been trained to identify military targets, so military tanks in that sense, combatants in that sense, but it's not been trained to identify what is a civilian, what is a journalist, what is a medical personnel, what is a hospital in that sense. And if the system is not able to identify both military targets, but also civilian in that sense, these systems can produce inaccurate outcomes in that sense. So that is why it's really important that we think about how also from the training set, but also the developing stages, that this also affects the input outcomes when it comes to the actual end use. The second aspect is the human AI challenges. So these are unique, sort of novel challenges that have been arising specifically when it comes to interaction of AI. One of them is known as the automation bias. Automation bias occurs when we as humans are relying on such systems. We either overtrust or over-rely on such systems, even when, for example, those systems are not accurate in that sense, or we have this inherent belief that these systems are superior than our own abilities, or also because it's influenced because of the sheer fast pace of how this algorithmic recommendations are generated. The second aspect is opacity. Opacity is something that all AI-enabled systems, including autonomous weapon systems, are prone to. And opacity means that these systems have a certain level of unknownness. It means, for example, there's a lack of explainability, that when the system is generating this recommendation, the system doesn't really inform you, why was this specific object generated as a military target, or this individual in that sense. And that, of course, influences the military commander in that sense, when having to perform also the principle of distinction and proportionality assessment, and of course, the principle of precautions in attack. The third one is cognitive challenges. And these are long-standing and documented cognitive challenges that appears in all different contexts, even outside of the use of AI in armed conflict. One of them is known as the anchoring bias. And this occurs when we anchor our decision on a certain numerical score in that sense, or a certain piece of information that influences our final decision. And one of those examples how this can occur is what I mentioned already before with the confidence score in that sense. So that we tend to then anchor our decision when it comes to proportionality assessment or principle of distinction assessment on this confidence score, that we have been anchored on the level of accuracy in that sense. Let's assume, for example, the assess recommendation is saying it's a 0.98, the recommendation or accuracy in that sense. But what about when it, for example, is 0.85? What would that mean in that sense? Secondly is salience bias. So salience bias appears more in the interface design. So really the visual intelligence and how the intelligence is visualized to the military personnel. So intelligence analysts or military commanders, they're relying on such systems. And when certain features of such outputs are more salient, They may be, for example, be color-coded in different ways, that in one way can draw more attention to the military commander to only focus on that information, focusing on a certain military object, by also overlooking other pieces of intelligence that is relevant, for example, civilian presence. So I want to illustrate this with a fictional example, so we understand better of the influence of anchoring bias and salience bias. So this is a fictional example of identification of a military tank. And can I get the next slide, please? Yes, so this will be an example of a salience bias. This is known as a bounding box that is common in computer vision application. So those systems has been trained to identify and label certain objects in that sense. So this one then has signified and done a rectangle under the military tank in that sense, and the red in this context means enemy or a lawful target. So, and an example for them, an anchoring bias. Can I please have the next one again? Yes, so the anchoring bias will be then the confidence score. So in that sense we see that we have a numerical score that illustrates the confidence score of that identification in that sense. And this is how a different aspect, how we can see how cognitive challenges also can occur in these aspects. So, yes, okay, I can start here. So as I mentioned, a part of the principle of proportionality is part of the law of targeting. And the law of targeting on the international humanitarian law also sets out clear rules on what or who are constituting lawful targets on the international humanitarian law, but then also who are and what are protected from direct attacks. And part of these rules we have then, as I already mentioned, the principle of distinction, proportionality, and precautions in attack. However, I will only be focusing on the principle of proportionality here today, but if anyone have any questions about distinction and precaution in attacks, I'm more than happy to discuss about it later over lunch or a coffee or in the questions. So the principle of proportionality is then an obligation for the military commanders to comply with when it comes to the identification of targets in that sense. So the military commander must at all times then, before authorizing an attack, to estimate the collateral damage. Collateral damage meaning harm to civilian population, destruction of civilian objects in that sense, or death to civilians in that sense. And this must be weighed in relation to the anticipated military advantage in that sense. And this sort of weighing balance between these two very complex and legal concepts requires a subjective human judgment in that sense. It's something that only military commanders in that sense can perform in that sense, considering this a very complex concept to comply with in that sense. And what we can see then is how these systems have been used in different ways to be performing different parts of the principle of proportionality in that sense. But before we focus on that, it's also important to think about what would be then an evaluation of a military attack that would be proportionate in this context. And one of these is then known as the reasonable military commander standard. The reasonable military commander standard is not something that's been defined by international humanitarian law, rather it's been developed through international jurisprudence, predominantly from the International Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, so the ICTY. And it serves sort of as a benchmark in that sense to evaluate the lawfulness of each attack. And it evaluates also what a hypothetical, reasonable commander would do and decide in the circumstance of that specific attack, making reasonable use of the information available to them. And that's one part of the reason why military commander says I think it's important to stress when it comes to the reliance of AIDS's recommendations. And in the literature and among illegal scholars and lawyers, we have discussed that certain factors can of course influence this hypothetical military commander in that sense, such as individual factors of background, military training, military culture, combat experience. But what I would argue is that when we see in the use of these systems, that there are other factors that also influence the reasonable military commander, such as I mentioned, opacity. That there is not an explainability in that sense for them to be understanding to trace back why this individual in that sense. Do they really have sufficient information in that sense because of this opaqueness of the systems? Secondly, is also the interface design, as I illustrated with the use of such bounding boxes, that can also then alter how the military commander makes certain decisions and how to evaluate a certain situation on the battlefield. Thirdly, is also, as I already mentioned, what I would like to stress again, is the speed of which these recommendations are generated. That also can increase sort of a sense of urgency of the decision maker to make a decision faster and quicker and more effective in that. And the fourth one is also the level of technical knowledge of those military commanders. And this is not something that's been established on the international humanitarian law, as in what level of technical knowledge should these be equipped with? What training should they have? And how that will also influence their understanding of the output of the system and the system as a whole. These important questions are factors to think about, specifically also when we think about how the systems has them and can be used in different ways to support and perform different parts of the proportionality assessment. One of which is then to estimate the expected collateral damage in that sense. Secondly, the generation of target lists, as I already mentioned with the use of the lavender, we already seen this example, and quantifying the probability of civilian harm. And these are three different factors that was illustrated by the ICRC report in last year. And what I would like to argue and sort of stress in this sense, as I already explained before, so the proportionality assessment is a subjective human judgment. And when we are then allowing different parts of the proportionality assessments, such as the generation target list, such as then the establishing a different threshold of civilian harm that would be acceptable when relying on systems, we're moving away from a subjective human judgment to a more numerical assessment, where civilian harm is more a quantifiable in that sense. It's quantified in statistical number in that sense. And that also, of course, raises the question of what that means for compliance with international humanitarian law and humanity and human dignity. And I would also like to stress that the systems are often also presented as objective or neutral, but as I already stressed before, these systems are developed and designed by certain individuals. So it also depends on what data they have relied on. So the system's outputs are not at any place objective. They're very subjective in that sense. And also, I would like to, can I go back? Thank you. So going back to the introduction of the case study as I introduced in the beginning, I would like to then illustrate some different reporting that we saw from the PLOS 972 magazine and the local call in terms of how how the IDF in different ways has then reportedly been quantifying different thresholds of civilian harm. So these are from interviews with inside sources within the IDF that either have close knowledge of such systems or have actually been using the system as the lavender. And what we see from the report is that the inside sources and these whistleblower testimonies has been describing that the IDF has set clear threshold of what level of how many civilians were acceptable as a threshold in relation to targeting a low-ranking militant of Hamas or a battalion commander or a high-ranking militant commander. And this, of course, when it comes to the reporting of how in several occasions that the IDF has also permitted killing hundreds of civilians in the pursuit of a military commander of the Hamas in that sense, raises serious concern on the international humanitarian law and is a clear violation on the principle of proportionality and distinction in that sense. This is how we can see how this has been happening in the practice in the case of study of the lavender. But I would also like to stress that, yes, this is not a novel development when it comes to the quantifying the civilian harm into a threshold in that sense. This is also something that has been on and ongoing since the early 2000s, predominantly by the United States and United Kingdom, among other militaries, where they established a policy that is known as non-combatant casualty cut-off value. And this is something that is then establishing and setting out a threshold of, in the same way as we saw with the use of the lavender, but the civilians that is acceptable of a certain threshold. And unless the civilian exceeds that threshold, the military commander in that sense that is responsible of authorizing the attack does not need to seek higher approval. So this is more of a broader development. However, when it comes to the integration of AI and in these algorithms, as we're seeing, that are influenced and impacted by opacity in that sense, and also can be biased, also raises the concerns of how these outputs can amplify civilian harm when it comes to quantifiable of civilian harm, and also, of course, of the risk of cognitive biases, as I mentioned in the beginning, of automation bias in this way. Can I get the next slide? Thank you. And what happened then after, according to reporting with the interviews of the IDF sources in that sense? So one of the things of the patterns that we saw in the reporting was that IDF military had not been assessing post-strike assessment. And this is in a way to then evaluate what happened afterward. What was the collateral damage in that sense? And that's something that was limited, adopted in that sense. And there was a limited also adoption of precautionary measures in that sense to ensure that, that civilians were not targeted also and that there's not an excessive collateral damage in such attack. And because of what we're seeing with, and then of course what we're seeing with the reporting of what we see from the statistics of what is happening in Gaza since Israeli military campaign that started in December, October 2023, following the mass attack of southern Israel, at least 61,000 Palestinians have been killed, including among 18,000 children. And in light of this high number and excessive and widespread destruction of Gaza and the death to civilians, including children, it's very important that I stress that we as lawyers, in that sense, I think it's important that we think about how these systems are amplifying civilian harm in that sense, and to understand these patterns of harms that is occurring in that sense, and how these systems has been used to accelerate the targeting process. Because as I mentioned, the systems are not neutral or objective in that sense. And it's very concerning considering if it is in fact true also how this reporting has been ongoing by the IDF military and such militaries. This of course shows that these systems have been optimized in a way for the commission of war crimes, and I would also of course say crimes against humanity and genocide in Gaza. Moving forward then, what are the main questions more broadly, both in Gaza, but then also more broadly when it comes to the use of such systems? One of them I would like to talk about is the question of responsibility. And we talk about state responsibility, military command responsibility, but also responsibility of those companies that is also developing such systems, and how we can ensure responsibility due to these technical challenges as I have discussed. Second one is when proportionality assessments are informed or even outsourced to such algorithmic recommendation, what happens with the military command's judgment in that sense? And secondly is then also how this influences cognitive biases in that sense, and how do we mitigate the influence of such biases in that sense? And also, could the system lead to a quantification of doubt as part of the obligation of the presumption of civilian status in cases of doubt? In that sense, and what if certain outputs would exceed a certain threshold if they will be uncritically accepted as per the confidence score for such systems. So in conclude, when it comes to the use of AIDs in armed conflict, it's often stressed and emphasized how the system can improve and have different advantages, but I would argue that it's also important to think about the ethical and legal challenges that these occur in that sense, and how this raises questions of responsibility, and how also these systems can also amplify the number of civilian casualties and civilian harm in that sense. And also like to think about for ourselves, are we moving toward a quantification of international humanitarian law? And what does that mean for our humanity and human dignity in international law? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson, for this very insightful presentation on how these AI-driven decision support systems actually operate. I think for most of us this is eye-opening, because we can appreciate the complexity actually of these systems. Thank you for highlighting the parameters that must be taken into account when thinking of the legality of the use of these systems. I'm sure that we have quite a number of questions in the audience. But before getting there, let me allow Professor Thomson Shengeta, who is joining us online, to actually discuss with us precisely that issue of legality of the use of armed drones and other autonomous or autonomous weapon systems. I hope Thompson is with us online. If that's the case, I will now give him the floor. Can the our friends in the logistic confirm if Professor Shengeta is online? Yes? Okay, apparently yes, so we will be waiting for him to start.
If that's the case, I will now give him the floor.
This is not Shengeta.
And the our friends in the logistic confirm if Professor Shengeta is online.
Yes, just to confirm, can you hear me?
Yes, wonderful. Go ahead, please. Yes, please, Prof, you can proceed.
Just to confirm that you can hear me.
We hear you loud and clear. Please, go ahead.
Hello, I'm just confirming that you can hear me. Okay, thank you very much. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps it's already afternoon, I think, where you are. Thank you very much for the invitation to this very important conference. And I would want to acknowledge the points that have already been said by my fellow panelists. Before I start my presentation, there is a point that I want to start by emphasizing. And it is the idea of peace. The idea of peace, that peace is the goal. Having peace is the goal. And peace is beautiful. We do not, I would want to emphasize, actually need to be killing each other. There is no need for that. Now, the role of law, including international law in this regard, must be to preserve peace. And often as lawyers, I feel we sometimes forget, we sometimes become technical of the legal provisions that we discuss. Sometimes so, even forgetting that there are real victims on the ground, those who are caught in unnecessary wars, and those who die every day. Now, in this field of technology, so to say, particularly autonomous weapon systems, I would want to start by emphasizing this point. Just because we can does not mean that we have to, and just because one country, one person have military superiority, they've got that mighty, does not mean that what they're doing is right. I think that is a red line, which we must, at every point, and sincerely so, must remember. Now, regarding my presentation, of course, if you see on the program, I was supposed to talk about both armed drones and issue of autonomous weapon systems. But nevertheless, because of the limitation of time, I will try to only focus on autonomous weapon systems, which are qualitatively different from armed drones. I have to emphasize this. Because number one, I think there's a general consensus in the international community that when you're talking about armed drones, issues that are arising are mainly about how they are used. They are not necessarily illegal weapons per se. In other words, it's a question of like how they've been deployed, like any other technology. However, when it comes to autonomous weapon systems, which I will be focusing on today, there is an argument that a number of these technologies, particularly autonomous weapon systems, may be actually, in fact, illegal weapons per se. so that we do not even should be entertaining the idea as there are weapons that have been accepted by the international community. More than often, when this discussion of autonomous weapon systems is made, the question of autonomy in decision-making is discussed. There is always sometimes a temptation to discuss it as if we have already agreed or accepted this international community, that that's the way we are proceeding. We are not, particularly states from the global south, including the African continent, including African states, who are meeting, for example, this Friday ahead of the UNGGE early September. The argument is that they actually must be prohibited. Indeed, machines that have the power or the discretion to decide who lives or who dies are morally repugnant, are politically unacceptable, and must be banned by international law. Those were the words of the UN Secretary General in 2014, a year after Professor Christoph Heinz, myself, and others presented the first UN report to the UN Human Rights Council on lethal autonomous weapon systems. On the question of armed drones, if you want to see the issues that arise in international law, there is a reference that I've given there, which is a comprehensive article that discusses those issues regarding armed drones. The definition of autonomous weapon system has already been given. These are robotic weapon systems that are powered by international law, by artificial intelligence, my apologies, that once activated, have the capacity to be able to decide who to target, who to kill, or who to harm it with what severity, without any further human intervention or control. And of course, some of them, when we started discussing this back in 2013, many people, I remember, it was in April 2013, we were in the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva. When we presented that particular report, many states, many stakeholders were saying, what you are presenting, you are talking about the Terminator, these are movie-like things, they will never happen. We have been in the UN discussing these aspects for more than 10 years now. But it's no longer a question of things which are in the movie. These are realities which are being seen. For example, as one of the panelists was already alluding to, in Gaza, people die at the instance of these technologies. Why are these weapon systems being developed to begin with? There are certain drivers which people usually actually mention. Force multiplication, it means if you're using them, you have got more, you are augmenting your human soldiers. They are effective in terms of scalability. You also reduce risk to your own soldiers or military, so to say, and also the question of speed. And others even argue to say, well, because some of these systems do not suffer any emotions, they don't have human weaknesses, perhaps their use may be actually improving compliance with international humanitarian law and other laws. But this is a question mark, which my position is that I do not believe that is the position. Now, do we need autonomous weapon systems? And this is where, again, I think as lawyers, particularly when we think of war, sometimes that this emphasis, this technical emphasis of emphasizing international humanitarian law. But there are other laws that really are important. For example, use ad venom, the prohibition on the use of force to begin with, peace being what ought to be normal, and war as an exception. Yet sometimes when we actually talk of these laws, we simply say, well, if these systems can comply with IHL, then perhaps they must be acceptable. But what is the impact are these systems going to have in the question of peace? And it has been articulated that they will make it way so too easy for states, for anyone to deploy force to go to war, jeopardizing peace. And on the African continent, I cannot emphasize enough, as I will soon allude to, on the importance of peace, which is actually recognized as a fundamental human right in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. We don't need, I would say, to kill each other. And you will see that the reason why this importance of saying these weapon systems to begin with are not even necessary from a peace perspective. It's not a point that is actually popular amongst the powerful, the nations that are developing these weapons. There's no African state that is being able to develop autonomous weapon systems. It is obviously the big powers who own nuclear weapons and so who are actually in And I always say, when you're talking of these technologies, it's almost a question that it's a business of debt. And in this business of debt, there are those who are doing the business of making money, and there are those who are doing the dying. Unfortunately, it is the people from the global south. It is African states, African peoples, all those who are on the receiving end who are always doing the dying. And there's lawyers who are emphasizing the important role of the law is to say perhaps certain lines need to be drawn in the sand. Now, it needs then, this is where I say that beyond international humanitarian law and international human rights law, we also need to have a really comprehensive look at how international law and its all relevant branches actually interact with autonomous weapon systems. Now, starting with the obvious one, can autonomous weapon systems comply with international humanitarian law principles of distinction, proportionality, military necessity, and precaution, which Prof. Wamara and also many other people have tried to allude to. And I'll start with the principle of distinction. This requirement that when it comes to who is a legitimate target, it's only those who are directly participating in hostilities, which is a norm of customary international humanitarian law, which you cannot at any point deviate from. That rule was made, so to say, with human agents in mind. It needs situational awareness of what is happening on the battlefield. Situational awareness that a system, a non-human entities like autonomous weapon system can never ever. Now, the decision to employ force within, once you have even decided that someone is even a legitimate target, can change at any moment. For example, someone can become lost to combat by virtue of want or surrender. Can this system be able to actually be articulating or to be actually making those correct decisions in as far as that is concerned? It is the what we usually refer to as, can they do it question? Can they be able to comply with these rules of action that were developed and that stood the test of time because of them being made for humans, not machines? My answer to that has been always no. They can't be able to do that. It's not a question of the future, no matter what kind of development which we can come up with. We may not be able to have all the nuances that are required as far as compliance with principles such as distinction is concerned. Proportionality, for example, as a rule. This is not a game of numbers. Many cases in the CTY, they make this clear to say when you're talking about calculation of proportionality, it's not a game of numbers. It's a question that requires human judgment. It's a qualitative decision. Now, if you are giving a machine the power to make that particular decision, what you are doing is you are reducing this principle that is a qualitative human judgment to a game of numbers. And one of my panelists was just saying right now to say, oh, there's a cut-off number where, for example, the US has employed this, for example, to say, well, it's below 30 civilians, then it's okay, you can proceed. That's not how proportionality properly understood works. So again, no, you cannot be able to pre-program proportionality as it were. So if you are deploying an autonomous weapon system that once you activate it, makes its own decision as to who target, who leaves, and calculate proportionality on its own, it is not consistent with the true interpretation of international humanitarian law in my view. And about this and many other arguments, you can see one of my writing on measuring autonomous weapon systems against international humanitarian law, where I explain in a little bit more detail about this particular argument to say it is not possible. Reason why, once you are saying it's fully autonomous, that system, in my mind, is an illegal weapon per se. What are the international human rights law implications of autonomous weapon systems? Now, I have argued that if we are saying that the purpose of international law is to protect humans, one of the important branches of international law that is really critical in this area is international human rights law, because it's meant to protect humans. And now we'll be asking to say, of course, I have to make this particular point. Whenever you emphasize in the powers to the power that maybe, for example, in the United Nations group of governmental experts on lethal autonomous weapon systems, the importance of international human rights law to this discussion, often you hear the argument or you are told, well, that is not necessarily the law that we want to focus on. The more important law that we want to focus on is international humanitarian law. Let's see why we say, for example, this is why it does not work in many particular regard when it comes to the national human rights law principles. For example, the right to non-discrimination. There are several implications, so to say. There are several implications that autonomous weapon systems pose the right to non-discrimination, and this is at all stages of development of systems, be it the development stage, the deployment stage, and the after deployment stage. At the development stage, of course, we've already had that. When you are using higher data sets, the results that you are likely going to get are also equally biased. And this is in itself a very, very big challenge. But more importantly, the way autonomous weapon systems target, they use facial recognition technology. And it has been made clear in various researches that when it comes to identifying people of color, women, these systems always make errors, which means the people who are going to be dying again, people from the global south, only target. But there is an important question beyond the technicalities, the data set. I ask the question where I always say, when we talk of this particular, when we talk about this, I'm just seeing that I'm hearing that my internet is frozen. Is it? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Can someone in the room confirm if you are hearing me now? Yes, Oliver says you're hearing me now. I'm trying to, let me see if, Oliver, please can you confirm if my video is now not frozen? Please just send a quick text if my video is now frozen. I just tried to refresh it.
You may continue.
Okay, thank you very much for confirming, Oliver. So now the most important point about non-discrimination is the question where I say these systems are not neutral. This technology, this is not a neutral technology which we are discussing about. It's not a technology that is owned by African states. It's not a technology that is going to be deployed by small states as it were. It is the bigger powers that are developing these technologies. And I ask this question, where are these systems going to be deployed? Do you foresee these technologies, for example, being deployed in autonomous weapon system in the city of London, in New York, in Geneva, in Paris? No, there are already areas where these systems are being developed where they are meant to be deployed, just like armed drones. The majority of armed drones are developed or were developed by Western companies registered in Western European companies. Ask yourself, how many died? Thousands and thousands of people died. How many of these armed drones were ever deployed in these European countries? None. So it's a question again of discrimination to say who is going to die at the instance of these technologies that we are talking about. So that when we talk about them, it shouldn't be just a mere question where we say, what does Saecho Wu say? Oh, distinction, then if it's compliant. It's a question to say, what is the politics of these technologies? They are racialized, they are gendered, they are not neutral. There are people who are going to suffer at the instance of these technologies. And as African voices, as African states, as African participants, we need to have our voice clearly heard on these aspects. Questions of human dignity. As I said, is it dignified, for example? Now, should they do it? Let's assume that even these systems could be able to comply with IHL. But should they do it? Is it dignified for a machine to decide who lives, who dies? Many ethicists, renowned ethicists I know, say that this is contrary to dignity, the spirit of Ubuntu. I am because you are, I am because we are because I am. The idea that every human being is valuable, if you are making a decision that is far-reaching, like taking their life, another human need to contemplate. Even so, if they make a wrong decision, but it's a fellow human being that contemplates to do that. There's a right to remedy again, which is implicated to say an accountability gap will arise. If a machine is able to make this decision and then it makes a wrong decision, who is responsible for this? And we know that when we're talking about violations of IHL, these are not strict liability crimes. You have to prove both mens rea and actus reus. These are issues that are arising under there. And if you want again to hear in detail some of the views regarding this particular point, those are some of the publications that I've made regarding that particular point, and I explain that in a bit more detail. There is also a question of environment. Right now, we are struggling with global warming and many other aspects that are already happening. The amount of resources, of energy that is being consumed in development of these particular technologies is really outstanding and is actually contributing to the global warming and environmental issues that we are currently facing. Is this again necessary? My argument has been and will always be, perhaps not, or absolutely not. One of the international criminal law implications of our autonomous weapon systems does this lack of human control that Professor Wamara was referring to affect, for example, international criminal law modes of responsibility, such as command and individual criminal responsibility. I'll start with command. The law is clear on how, for example, you articulate the elements which you have to satisfy for you to say this is how command responsibility works. And command responsibility as a mode of responsibility was designed with a human-to-human relationship in mind, not a human-machine relationship in mind. But often you hear now in the language that many states will be beginning to use to say, well, the commander of the autonomous weapon systems, he can't, in the legal, in the strict language of law, be a commander of an autonomous weapon system. Remember, for you to be able to hold a commander in that regard, ought to have known that the subordinate was about to commit a crime. They didn't punish them. You cannot punish a machine. So the elements that you're supposed to satisfy, for example, under the command responsibility, does not work. You can have an army of machines. The command responsibility aspect is then problematized in that regard. Individual responsibility, I've already referred to the question to say you need to prove both mens rea and actus reus. But if the individuals who activate the system wanted the system for each to target person A, and the systems arrive on the battleground because they make their own decision, they have machine learning, and then end up targeting person B, and that person B who has been targeted is a wrong target. You cannot then be able to say that, you have the mental, you can't satisfy the mental element of them committing that particular crime. This is what we're probably saying. There is a real accountability gap challenge that should not go unabided. Why some of these systems we are saying they are actually illegal weapons per se, and some of those particular aspects, if you want interested in that particular regard, you find in those publications. Now, let me come to my conclusions and key takeaways, because this is really a shortened time and it's impossible to try to go into all details of this particular aspect. But there are certain things that I would want to really emphasize, and the first aspect which I want to circle back to is the question of human dignity. And I always say that human dignity is as old as humanity itself. It's foundational to civilization, sacred in essence, and paramount to preserve. And for those, and when I'm saying for those, I'm referring to myself and many African people, or many people from the global south, to say, for those who have been or are being or may yet be dehumanized, dignity, remains a core ethical imperative in this discussion on how we should proceed with autonomous open systems. We should not crisscross this particular aspect, and we should not move the lines. And dignity is the mother of all rights. Whether when you're talking about preservation of human dignity, is at the core of the question of international law, peace and security. It is at the core foundation of international humanitarian law. If you look at the Battle of Solferino, which then led to the question of development of Asia, the issues that were arising there, humanity was at the core. Again, human dignity at the core of every branch of public international law that is relevant to this discussion. Restoration of human dignity is also at the heart of international law relating to accountability and responsibility. Human dignity is the mother of all rights under international human rights law, and we always say that every right which we can talk about is linked to human dignity, and it must be a red line in weapon development. In other words, it's not a question if a system can be able to do it, but if it is inconsistent with the concept of human dignity, my view is that it should not be developed. Now, so states and stakeholders are increasingly, so to say, calling for a common understanding of the opportunities and risks posed by autonomous open systems. This shared understanding must be firmly grounded in respect for and compliance with international law. Adherence to international law must remain the lodestar during this process. The acceptability of opportunities, which I was saying, what are the drivers which are presented by autonomous open systems, must be determined in terms of their compliance with international law. If the perceived benefits of autonomous open systems are inconsistent with international law, particularly those which are norms of use cogents, then they are unacceptable. States and other stakeholders who are currently developing measures to address this.
I know you receive me with a lot of delay.
Ask themselves this question.
But could you just
those
try
measures adequate?
to wrap
If you are
up?
looking at the adequacy of those measures, it should be measured in terms of applicable international law. In other words, do not come up with terms or terminologies or policies that actually undermine existing international law. You hear many states are really agreeing on the question to say, well, there's bias issues that arise with autonomous open system development. And most of them are saying, as a solution, we need to have what they call bias mitigation as a principle. And I always argue to say, no, remember that actually international human rights law does not require mitigation in this regard. It requires elimination of all forms of discrimination. It requires elimination of all biases, not its mitigation, so to say. So do not change the standards in this particular regard. And states should develop technology in compliance with international law frameworks, which make sure that responsibility in this particular regard remains, and those systems that actually undermine these fundamental principles of responsibility must be prohibited. And as my last statement, I would say, as rightly noted by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres in June 2025.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you can hear us.
Compliance with international law is not optional. It is not an a la carte menu from which states can choose to follow international law only when it suits them. International law is the bedrock of international relations. Now more than ever, we must respect and commit to international law in ways and deeds. So what is happening in Gaza, where these systems are being deployed, totally unacceptable in terms of international law and its particular implications. And I conclude with this 2 minutes video, ladies and gentlemen.
The weaponization of artificial intelligence is a serious danger. And the prospect of machines that have the capacity by themselves to select and destroy targets is creating enormous difficulties, or will create enormous difficulties to avoid the escalation in conflict and to guarantee that international humanitarian law and human rights law are respected in the battlefields. And for me, there is a message that is very clear. Machines that have the power and the discretion to take human lives are politically unacceptable, are morally repugnant, and should be banned by international law.
Thank you. I think we are at the end of Prof. Shangete's presentation, and I would like again
very much, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies for having also gone about the time.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. Again, this was another insightful presentation, and I thank you, Prof. Shangeta, for your critical perspectives on the use of, by the way, the necessity of using these new technologies, some of these new technologies at least. You, I think, rose very important issues. We tend to take for granted the question of their lawfulness, and you came up with some sort of dissenting view on that. And I think it's also very important to emphasize that that test of legality shouldn't be conducted only against abstract principles of international humanitarian law, but also in view of many other principles such as human dignity, peace, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much. Now I will turn to the audience. I know that we are running late. It's quite obvious to say so, but I will not, I don't think it will be fair to take away the possibility of engaging with our panelists from the audience. So I would like now to give that opportunity to you. Maybe we'll be very brief. Yeah, I would say maybe 3 questions, 3 to 4 questions maximum. Very brief questions, direct questions, so that we can have answers before moving to another stage of this activity. So, very quickly, I can see here already 4 hands. So 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the 4 ones that I saw right away. So we'll take them. So we'll start here on my left. Yes. Number 1 here. You have the mic already. Go ahead, please. We can't hear you.
J'avais une question.
Oui, allez-y.
J'avais une question sur le principe de la responsabilité. En cas de frappe illégale, qui est responsable? Est-ce que c'est l'opérateur qui a appuyé sur la gâchette, le commandant qui a donné l'ordre, le fabricant du drone ou bien le pays qui l'a fourni? C'est ça ma question.
So, well, just to summarize, we save some time. The question is regarding issues of liability. So she's wondering who is responsible in a case of an illegal strike between the deployer, the commander on the field, and the developer. Yes. So that's the first question. Number 2 here.
I thank the panelists for their presentations, and I have one question to each of them. I will be brief. I'm Professor Elizeviso from UCBC, DRC. So the first question to to Dr. John, you talked about principles that have to be respected in order to talk about a kind of compliance, predictability, reliability, and ethical compliance. So I would like you to give us the guarantee that can ensure us, for example, that ethical compliance will be respected. Because in my view, I see that artificial intelligence is in the hands of private people, of private sector. And the private sector has to make as much money as possible. So what are the guarantees? And the question to Ms. Emily about the system which have to assist in decision. It is true that with evolution of the world, we are going to be using them one day or another. So the question is how to do so that we will not dehumanize the decision-making process, because in the state of things, it is the machine that is being humanized. So what are the guarantees which can help us not dehumanize? And the last question to Professor Chengeta, he was very firm saying that there is no necessity of developing such technologies. But what is his point of view as far as society will always evaluate, meaning we are going to be using them? So what is his comment about it? Thank you.
Thank you. Before you go there with the mic, I will give the, you can maybe answer,
I want to ask two questions. One, who takes responsibility? The challenge that we have with the question who takes responsibility is the reason why we have this debate. Traditionally, international humanitarian law will ask who is involved, who are the parties in the armed conflict. And once you know the parties, then you ask who commissioned the weapon. And then the next question you will ask, and I think Professor Chengeta talked about it very clearly, about command responsibility and why it is not important. It's not very easy to prove that against an autonomous weapon. So then, who takes responsibility? A question that we are still struggling with. But for me, if this is the question that you're asking today, is who is involved? If they are involved, then they are using that as an agency of conducting armed conflict, and therefore they will be held responsible. To your question, yes, it is important that we ask these principles and presume a human intervention at various levels. Unfortunately, it is not very clear to, of course, it's not futuristic, because there are instances that we have had that are almost, and I ask you also to go, watch that Eye in the Sky movie and look at the many issues that we have to grapple with when you're dealing with autonomous weapons. Thank you, I'll stop there.
Aware of the inherent technicalities of the systems that targets civilian or a civilian object in that sense could be held responsible for war crimes, but also, for example, under individual criminal responsibility, intelligence analysts that are responsible for evaluating those systems can also be held responsible, and also the state, of course, but then also the deployer. So all of these different responsibility mechanisms apply at the same time, so that's very important. And then with the question on how do we make sure to not humanize it, so I would like to such systems to support and assist targeting decisions. I think we don't have the sufficient understanding of such use and what actually happens in that sense, and how to ensure that these actually are used in compliance with international humanitarian law as also being faced with human rights law. But I would say that these systems should not be used to support targeting decisions. Instead, we should use such systems to mitigate civilian harm in that sense. That's something that AI could be in different ways if used appropriately, and we have appropriate training and representative data in that sense could enhance compliance with international humanitarian law. But when it comes to the use of it in targeting decisions, I am very skeptical and doubtful for how we can, in that sense, ensure humanization in that sense.
Yes. So we had two questions initially here. I will stick to that. Yes.
Yeah. Je pose carrément ma question en français. Merci. Et donc, je suis aussi plus qu'édifié par rapport à cette thématique ici qui se résume tout simplement dans une phrase, c'est le DIH face aux nouvelles technologies. Et la question que moi j'ai posée, parce que jusque-là nous avons parlé de la légalité, On nous a cité tout un tas de termes. Est-ce que vous ne trouvez pas que les DIH n'évoluent pas avec les réalités sur le terrain? Aujourd'hui, s'il nous faut condamner ceux-là qui ont fait recours aux nouvelles technologies, on peut les condamner sur base de quel texte légal ou sur base de quelle convention internationale? Est-ce que Mme Anderson peut nous édifier? Existe-t-il un protocole d'accord, une convention internationale qui réglemente l'utilisation des nouvelles technologies pendant la guerre? C'est ma première question. Et ma deuxième question, c'est toujours à Mme Anderson. Je l'ai suivi, elle a parlé sur les dommages acceptables. Les dommages acceptables. Qu'il vous plaise un peu, Mme Anderson, est-ce qu'il y a moyen de nous édifier sur ce qu'on peut attendre par dommages acceptables en droit international humanitaire? Merci beaucoup.
Yes, and I think we will we'll take the last question, and unfortunately we will have to stop here because we are very late, as you can see on the program, and I will give the opportunity to each panelist then to have the last words. Yes.
Oui, ma question concerne le principe de proportionnalité énoncé par Mme Anderson. Elle a énoncé que ce principe doit être observé lors du lancement d'une attaque, plus précisément moyennant l'utilisation d'une arme autonome. Et M. Chingeta a également précisé que lors de l'appréciation du respect de ce principe, on ne peut pas se baser sur des chiffres, mais sur un jugement humain. J'aimerais savoir si Mme Anderson est d'accord avec cette affirmation, et si oui, comment pourrait-on procéder pour analyser le respect de regard?
Human rights law obviously applies, and data protection law also applies when it would apply in these aspects, considering I would argue that these AI decision support systems qualifies as a means of warfare. So that would be one aspect that would have to be compliant with. And then your second question was with acceptable damage. I'm not sure if the translation was wrong in that sense. I did not use that use of wording. So what I was talking about is highly military, but it's not something that I would favor such an approach, to clarify. And the third question was on how do we move on a proportionality assessment for human control. Yeah, that's a difficult question, and as I already mentioned, even if there's a human involved in the comes to proportionality assessment, that does not guarantee that there's compliance with international humanitarian law due to the influence of various cognitive biases, but then also the level of knowledge that the military commander has as such. I would argue that such systems, we should be very careful when it comes to performing different parts of proportionality assessments. I already mentioned that there's a infringement and sort of a pushing away from the principle of humanity, but then also the obligations on the proportionality that would be pushed away in favoring military advantage or for the military side of this in this aspect. That's what I would say in a brief answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. Prof. Shangeta, I'm not too sure how good you can receive us, but would you like maybe in 1 minute to react to some? I'm not too sure you can hear us. Apparently, Prof. Shangeta cannot hear us. I'm very sorry about that. Maybe I will give the floor to John so that we can, we can.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, please, if you...
sorry, I can hear you.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I just want to
as he comes in, I just want to say two things. One, the reason why we...
can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go on, yes.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, please, if you may repeat the question. I didn't get the question that was asked.
Okay, Prof, I think there was no specific questions addressed to you beside the fact that someone rose the issue of human dignity in all this discussion. But I think your comments previously were quite comprehensive on that. So if you can just in 1 minute wrap up, conclude, give us some last reflections so we can conclude this session.
Okay, thank you very much for that. If I was to conclude, the perhaps most important point that I would want to start again with is the idea that the reason for all these rules of international law that we're referring to is protection of human beings. It's a better world that we are trying to seek here. And it is my view that the focus, particularly with the development of autonomous weapon systems, is nothing to do with serving humanity in any form or shape. It's nothing to do with trying to improve the situation of civilians on the battlefield. It's a question of states that have been superior because of their military power, for example, nuclear states, wanting to again maintain dominance across the globe, across peoples, and superiority in that particular regard. And we cannot do this, in particular, where actually is jeopardizing the lives of others. There are many things that artificial intelligence can be used to do, for example, development, really making sure perhaps that no one is sleeping hungry, no one is starving, no one is dying of curable diseases. There are many things that the billions of dollars that are being put in the development of these systems can actually be repurposed. And I think as people perhaps who are on the receiving end of this, that is a point that we need to emphasize.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Chengeta. You've spoken truly as a UN diplomat that you are. War is a reality that we must, armed conflicts are a reality that we must contend with. It is important that we are discussing these issues about the legality of use of AI-driven weapons. And the same question, if you ask today, is it illegal to use nuclear weapons? You take it to the ICJ and they will tell you, maybe not legal, but likely illegal. And therefore then I want to ask that before the reality hits us, it is important that we discuss and possibly come up with measures to ensure that one, legality is met, two, predictability, reliability, accountability, and to ensure that humanity is possible. And thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. With that, I think we can conclude this session. I would like you to join me again in thanking all the panelists. That was a great session. And again, we can continue the conversation. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Please let us appreciate this panel once again. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you once again. I think it was an interesting panel, and we've had interesting discussions. As they normally say that there is no better hour than lunch hour, and I can see that we are almost approaching our lunch hours per the program. So since we don't want to interfere with that hour, as they say, the best hour of the day, so you will bear with us. We will proceed with the next panel so that we ensure that we are on time for our lunch. So if you allow me, I'm going to welcome Dr. Thomas Irene Nyakagere, who will be the moderator of our next session. Dr. Irene is an independent consultant specializing in international law, the African human rights system, and human rights-based approaches to AI. She holds an LLB, LLM, and LLD, and recently completed a postdoctoral fellowship at the University of Pretoria. She has worked with the African Court, Wayamo Foundation, and African Institute of International Law, with forthcoming publications on African Court jurisprudence, human rights, and AI law. She was the runner-up for the 2022 Christoph Heinz Memorial Thesis Award, and she's also a consistent expert in this program. Dr. Irene, you're welcome. Alongside her on the panel, we have Ms. Sahar Harun. You're welcome. We have Professor Junior Mumbara. We also have Professor Ezekiel Chirimwami.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for that brief introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to ask you once again to bear with us so that we can do this great panel. And let me just start by saying that technology is a lot of things. You heard in the morning how the dean mentioned that a fiasco of our neighbors. I'm Tanzanian, so the Kenyans bought tickets just to make sure that the pitch of the game, which is played in Tanzania, gets full for some reason. But I dare say, and I stand to be corrected, that technology now kind of bridges knowledge, application of knowledge and practice. I mean, any particular knowledge, be it education, medicine, business. I heard they're even thinking about recycling and AI. So before you apply any knowledge, now you have to use technology for modernity, expediency, efficiency, you name it. And this also, I mean, law and war is not immune to that. And this is why I have this great panel with exquisite panelists who are going to share more insights on how do we need to rethink AI? Do we need to rethink the law of war in the digital battlefield? Now, I'm going to introduce the first panelist. Hang on. That is Ms. Sarah Harun from the ICRC regional delegation, who is going to share with us she's going to define cyber. Okay, she's going to take note. Thanks. She's going to define cyber attacks under IHL and when does a hack becomes an armed attack. Before I give you the floor, ma'am, let me just share with the participants that you have been with the ICRC since 2016 in various roles within the legal division of Islamabad, Geneva, Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur. Recently, she is the ICRC's regional legal advisor for East Africa, covering Burundi, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda, and is based at the regional delegation in Nairobi. Her main area of focus are national implementation of international humanitarian law to strengthen respect for this body of law. So over to you, ma'am.
Thanks so much for that.
Before I begin, I would like to thank all of you, the organizers, for having the ICSC in the room. But I think more than that, sorry, Dr. Elvis, I would also like to thank the panelists for the previous discussion, and actually all of you students in the room, knowing how much you have relied on and understood about the International Committee of the Red Cross, what we do, and the positions that we argue for. And I would like to stress upon what the previous panelists concluded the discussion on, is to say that when we talk about international humanitarian law, it's not theoretical principles. It really is what helps protect civilians and protected persons and protected objects in war. And these are rules that were hard-won, hard-fought, and this is something that we need to continue fighting for. So at times, the current scenarios or ongoing conflicts may perpetuate a feeling of hopelessness or a feeling of disappointment in the international legal frameworks, but I would really argue that this is something that helps protect people. There are lives that this law saves, and that is why it is worth fighting for, and that is why it is worth upholding. So with that, I actually have a short presentation. Oh, it's on the screen. So what I would say to begin with this topic is that this is not, again, something that is a myth. Civilian involvement in armed conflicts has been something that has gone on since time immemorial. However, what we see currently with civilians' involvement in the digital battle space or in the digital battlefield is something that has increased exponentially. And there's a number of reasons for that. Why has this happened? Number one is because apparently civilians or the private sector has much more expertise in the digital battlefield or in cyber capabilities compared to militaries around the world, perhaps. Another reason also may be that it is perhaps easier and less time-consuming to gather a vast amount of persons to support military operations in such conflicts, especially in support of, especially when cyber operations are conducted in support of military operations. However, what I want to say is that before I go into whether hackers or civilians who participate in cyber operations can qualify as military combatants or military personnel or military objects in that sense, I would want to first give a word of caution. Why is this something that we must be concerned about? Why is this something that we must try and restrict? And then where the problem in the law lies, if this is allowed to happen the way it is happening. And in the current scenario with the law that we have today, how does it apply to this? But the one point that I would want to stress on from the very outset is that when civilians directly do participate in hostilities, be that in kinetic operations or in cyber operations, that does not automatically mean that they lose their protection. Loss of protection then comes with further guarantees as well. So that is a point that we must remember when we discuss these things. So moving on to the next part of what I want to share with you is just to highlight this fact that this is not new, this is not recent, and again, this is not a myth. Some of the examples that you see on the screen, these are more than 10, 12 years old as well. So while this has increased today and while there is more, this is happening more in frequency of civilians being involved in cyber operations, or does this would this amount to an attack or not? But this is not new. This has been happening for a while now. And what this means, and this is of course a worrying trend. Why is this a worrying trend? The worrying thing about this is that when civilians participate in hostilities in the digital battle space or in the digital space, they can do it from anywhere around the world, right? So they don't have to be physically near where the battlefield is. They also don't have to be physically within the territories of the parties to the conflicts, right? So it can be happening from across the world anywhere, and that is, of course, a worrying trend. And then just to say that why must this be of a concern to states and societies, and why is this something that we must try and restrict, is for three main reasons. Number one is that when hackers or civilians engage in digital operations, what they're doing is that they can, and they very well do, target civilian objects directly or indirectly. Civilian persons or civilian objects, right? So some experts have said that while hackers may be targeting civilian objects or civilian persons through their cyber operations or their cyber manipulation or whatever, however, their operations are not technically advanced enough or sophisticated enough to inflict the level of harm that you would need to be concerned about. That said, what we have seen is that hackers have disrupted and have conducted various kinds of operations and have disrupted the operation of banks, companies, hospitals, pharmacies, etc., and other civilian government services during times of armed conflict. And so when this happens, imagine when a hospital, and we've all lived, unfortunately, through the recent pandemic, when hospitals stop functioning because they have lost their network, or because they have been hacked, or because they cannot access the patient data, that can mean a life or death decision or a life or death scenario for those patients. So these are, while the attacks or while the capabilities of hackers may not be sophisticated enough to qualify as an attack per se under IHL, however, the impact is such that we need to be concerned about it. That's the first thing. The second thing that I also wanted to say about the concerning issue related to the civilian hackers is that they risk exposing themselves, knowing the fact that they're civilians. So of course, the fact that they're participating in operations, in military operations, or supporting military operations, they expose themselves to military operations from the belligerent sides, or they also risk exposing those around them, be that individuals or objects around them, to such attacks as well. And we know that the nature of cyberspace is such that it is interconnected. So an attack to, let's say, disrupt a hacker may not only be restricted to the equipment or to the network or whatever is being used by those persons, but may actually disrupt other services as well. And a party to a conflict may consider that these are individuals who are directly participating in hostilities. A third issue is, and this is the one that I will focus more on, with your permission, also in the interest of time, is this blurring line of who is a civilian and thus protected, and who are then combatants and then perhaps not protected under international humanitarian law. And what experts and legal experts, and in fact also the ICRC, we are concerned about is that with this blurring line of whether hackers are now combatants or do they lose their protection, etc., does the principle of distinction, which is at the very core of IHL, as you all very well know, will this principle be able to withhold that pressure of, these persons are still civilians and that they are still protected? And if they are understood as directly participating in hostilities, there are other principles that they would still be protected by, or those still have to be taken into consideration in order to attack them, etc. So building on that, if I may actually then just go into the last point, the third point that I highlighted, is that when we talk about this blurring line between who is a civilian and who is a combatant in the digital space, what we've seen is that, and like I was saying before, this is not something new. This has been happening for many, many years now. And civilians in the kinetic space since wars have existed, have supported military operations. In the battle space, when it comes to cyber, there are two main shifts that we see. There's a qualitative shift and there is a quantitative shift. What do I mean when I say qualitative shift? What I mean is that when civilians support operations in the kinetic or the physical space, it is different from what is happening in the digital space. How is it different? In the kinetic space, it may be providing food to the armed forces. It may be somewhere in the supply chain of military equipment, etc., or provision of shelter, etc. And many a times this is away from the battlefield. However, because of the nature of the digital space, what we see is that this support of civilians to military operations in the cyberspace is now much closer to the actual military operations. And the nature of how it is done has also changed. And this has become more direct contribution rather than an indirect chain or somewhere in the supply chain where civilians were supporting previously. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is the quantitative shift. And I alluded to this a little bit earlier as well when I said that in terms of quantity, we see that it is now easier in the cyberspace to mobilize thousands, even tens of thousands of civilians into groups and in support of military operations. So where in the physical space you wouldn't have tens of thousands of civilians at times supporting this, it is very much possible, and we actually see this happening in the digital space. And this is done even within ours. That's the first thing. And these civilians may not even belong to one state party, right? They may come from a whole range of countries across the world. And that means that this attack surface, so number one, the number of attackers or the number of civilians in terms of how they're included has increased, but also because of how the internet is built and how digital technologies are built, the attack surface, so what hackers can target, has also increased. So it is not, again, just limited to the front line where the physical battle is taking place, but rather it can be anything, anywhere. And of course, that means increase in vulnerabilities. And so all of this has what I would say are roughly 4 major implications for civilians and their involvement in digital warfare, if I can call it that, are 4. Number 1 is when civilians become digital warriors. Yes, thank you. It may mean that civilians are now digital warriors, and they can do this very simply. It's even by replicating what we do on our phones or on our laptops, downloading a simple application, taking a photograph, etc. So it's these very regular, normal activities that we do in the digital space that can now become acts of aggression, or not acts of aggression per se, but in support of military operations. Civilians may also become military censors. So for instance, we see where civilians may be asked to take photos of how military actions or activities are taking place, and those photos are then transmitted to the armed forces and become a reason for actionable military offensive against the enemy forces, and what we refer to as crowdsourcing intelligence, right? Civilians are then may also become digital victims. So because of the fact that they are using these applications, and at times governments have modified applications in times of armed conflict to crowdsource intelligence. And what happens is that civilians may not even be aware that this is happening at the back end, which means that their involvement may even not be voluntary, right? But they may become victims of that themselves. And then lastly, the performative nudging part, where the idea is that they support this spread of e-government facilities or services or applications, where they can then become part of providing intelligence to the armed forces. So these are the concerns that underscore the need to understand the legal constraints that are applicable to such forms of civilian involvement in the digital battlefield. And I won't go into a lot of detail on direct participation in hostilities, because having seen the expertise in the room, I'm pretty sure that you're all very well aware of this. But I will say that when civilians do participate, whether it's in the digital space or in the kinetic space, this is the criteria that we are looking at. And these are criteria that are simultaneous and cumulative. So all 3 of these criterion have to be met in order to qualify a civilian as having directly participating in hostilities, and of course that means that they lose their protection against attack. In our view, the ICRC's view, this is a very high bar. This is not met by each and every support by civilians in the digital battle space. And And we admit and we agree that there may be disagreements on how direct participation in hostilities is understood both in the physical and in the digital space. But that disagreement means that there is need for more clarity, and that there is need for states parties to come together and clarify their positions, and where the rules are perhaps not sufficient, to say what those rules would be. Because again, this is now a reality. This is a reality that is affecting civilians affected by conflicts, and this is something that needs to be addressed urgently. And let's say that for the sake of argument, where civilians are understood or hackers are understood as having directly participated in hostilities and thus lose their protection against attack, there would still be other considerations that need to be kept in mind. And it's not that now that they have lost their protection, they can be attacked, right? So you all know this really very well. Number one are the territorial considerations, because now we're talking about the digital battle space, and we said that hackers can be supporting military operations of a party to a conflict from anywhere in the world. So what happens if a state A and state B are at war, but the hacker is understood to have come from somewhere state D, X, Y? Can this person be attacked by state A or state B? Of course not. There are territorial considerations there that need to be kept in mind, and there are other bodies of law, such as jus ad bellum, such as human rights law, such as the law of neutrality, etc., that would come into play. There's also, of course, the temporal considerations, that when we say directly participating in hostilities, it is the loss of protection is for as long as and until such time they have directly participated in hostilities, right? So it's while they were providing that intelligence and not while they had that intelligence stored on their phones, for instance, right? And then parties to conflicts have to take all feasible precautions to avoid any arbitrary or erroneous targeting of such individuals. And of course, we know that where there's doubt whether this person is a civilian or have they lost their protection, they have to be presumed to be protected. And then lastly, even when protection is lost, of course, other rules of IHL still apply, such as proportionality, etc. And then I will just end over here to say that there are a lot of safeguards. Sorry, I'm talking really fast, so I'm getting a little breathless as well. But just to say that while there are a lot of safeguards, however, there are still complications. And there can be detrimental, harmful effects of civilians being involved in cyber operations in support of military operations. And this is something, and the ease with which this can be done, and we are seeing, is something that we need to be concerned about. It is something that needs to be clarified. It is something that states parties need to restrict, and not just restrict others from doing it, but also not encourage civilians to do it themselves. And of course, it is important to uphold these principles of distinction, precautions, and proportionality. And that can only be done when these lines of who is civilian and who is combatant are kept direct and clear and are not blurred. So I will stop here and give the floor back to Irene. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that great presentation. It was very interesting to hear about these lines and applicable restrictions. We will go to our next panelist. We would like to invite Prof. Junior Mulamba from the University of Lubumbashi. Prof. Mulamba is a professor with 19 years of experience. He holds a PhD from University of Grand and specializes in international public law, humanitarian law, human rights, and criminal law. He co-authored, he will tell us a little bit more, but it's in French, of his work, and received a CIRC Best Scientific Article Prize in 2019. He will be presenting today on the distinction and proportionality in cyber operation. Welcome, Prof.
Mesdames, Mesdemoiselles et Messieurs, en vos titres et qualités respectifs, chers camarades étudiantes, chers camarades étudiants, c'est toujours pour moi un réel plaisir et un grand honneur de me retrouver devant vous en ces assises que nous dénommons Messe régionale des droits d'intervention humanitaire. Je voudrais, avant de prendre la parole, remercier tout d'abord Monsieur le Président de l'ONG iPeace, Monsieur le professeur et doyen Elvis Mbembe, pour cette énième invitation, puisque je suis là comme expert, juge depuis 2017. Dans le même sens, je voudrais remercier mon cher ami, frère et collègue, Monsieur le Président de la cellule pédagogique de cette session de formation, le professeur Ezekiel Amani, qui a estimé que je pouvais traiter de la question relative au principe de distinction et de proportionnalité dans les cyberopérations. Alors, d'emblée, il faut dire que les cyberopérations sont généralement classées parmi les nouvelles technologies, les technologies émergentes, à côté des systèmes d'armes autonomes et également à côté de l'intelligence artificielle. Mais ça pose quand même question, puisque la semaine dernière, ma faculté, la faculté des droits de l'Université protestante de Lubumbashi, a organisé une session de formation sur les droits numériques. Et j'ai appris des informaticiens, tout comme des spécialistes, des juristes, spécialistes en droit numérique, que l'intelligence artificielle n'est véritablement pas une notion nouvelle. On parle de l'intelligence artificielle déjà au cours des années 40, des années 50. Et donc, on pourra se demander en quoi ce sont véritablement de nouvelles technologies. Tout de même, cette question de l'utilisation des systèmes d'armes autonomes qu'on appelle également système d'armes létales autonomes, l'intelligence artificielle, cyberopération, c'est une question, en fait, ce sont deux armes auxquelles les États recourent de plus en plus, non seulement les États, mais également les groupes armés. Et donc, les cyberopérations sont considérées comme moyens ou méthodes de combat. Et donc, par conséquent, les cyberopérations peuvent engendrer des effets dévastateurs sur le bien, sur les infrastructures civiles essentielles. Prenons les cas, les systèmes de distribution d'eau, les systèmes de distribution de l'électricité, bref, de l'énergie, les systèmes de production industrielle, et donc même les systèmes médicaux dans une institution sanitaire. Tout cela peut, en fait, tout ce que je viens de citer peut être perturbé par les cyberopérations. Et donc, ce qui nous intéresse beaucoup plus ici, ce sont des cyberopérations menées dans les contextes des conflits armés. Il est vrai que les cyberopérations sont menées en temps de paix, mais ce qui nous intéresse beaucoup plus, ce sont des cyberopérations menées en situation de conflits armés. Et donc, nous allons tenter de voir comment le droit international humanitaire, en partant de principes de distinction et de proportionnalité, appréhende cette question. Autrement dit, la licéité, nous examinons ici la licéité des cyberopérations au regard de ces principes, distinction et proportionnalité. Donc ma modeste communication va tourner autour de 3 points. Au premier point, je vais tenter d'analyser les concepts opératoires, à savoir les cyberopérations, le principe de distinction, le principe de proportionnalité, quand bien même que les éminents experts en ont parlé. Comprenez, j'ai trop faim, je suis en train de parler. Vraiment, j'ai trop faim. Mais cela n'empêche pas que je puisse continuer ma communication. Donc j'espère que je vais manger dans peu de temps. Alors, le deuxième point, je vais analyser de manière théorique les 2 principes. Et puis au 3e point, je vais tenter de faire l'application de ces principes en prenant certaines situations factuelles, certaines situations importantes qui sont notamment vécues dans des situations des conflits armés avec usage de nouvelles technologies. Sans désemparer, je passe au premier point. Définition du concept, les cyberopérations, ce qui m'intéresse beaucoup plus ici. Les cyberopérations, en fait, une cyberopération est appréhendée comme une action menée dans les cyberespaces pour atteindre des objectifs bien déterminés, souvent dans des contextes de conflits armés ou dans des luttes d'influence. Et il y a plusieurs actions, plusieurs éléments qui font partie des cyberopérations. Vous avez par exemple la lutte informatique défensive, où des actions sont menées, notamment pour protéger le réseau d'un groupe armé ou des forces armées étatiques. À côté des luttes informatiques défensives, il y a également des luttes informatiques offensives. Ici, on est dans l'option d'attaque, et donc il s'agit des actions qui sont menées contre les systèmes informatiques, les systèmes de réseau d'une partie adverse. À côté de cela, vous avez également le cyber-renseignement, où l'on cherche à avoir des informations avant de lancer une attaque. Et d'ailleurs, on verra que dans le système, dans le principe de proportionnalité, on se sert beaucoup plus de cyber-renseignement avant de lancer une attaque. Et au-delà de ça, il y a la question des cyberattaques ou actions malveillantes visant à mettre un système informatique, à nuire un système informatique ou un système de réseau, ou encore supprimer, attaquer les données civiles. Voilà. Mais beaucoup plus, quand on parle de cyberopérations dans les contextes de conflits armés, ça fait allusion à la cyberguerre. Et la cyberguerre, au regard du Comité international de la Croix-Rouge, c'est que la cyberguerre consiste en des opérations menées contre un ordinateur, un système d'information ou un réseau ou un autre dispositif connecté au moyen de flux de données, soit par des forces armées étatiques, soit également civils et combattants et distinction entre bien des caractères civils et objectifs militaires. Je passe directement au principe de proportionnalité. Le principe de proportionnalité, c'est un des principes importants en droit international humanitaire. Et s'agissant du principe de proportionnalité ici, c'est que quand vous menez une attaque, vous devez a priori viser les objectifs militaires. Et en visant les objectifs militaires, il est vrai, il y a des dommages collatéraux. Il n'existe pas de guerre zéro mort. Seulement, les dommages collatéraux ne doivent pas être excessifs par rapport à l'avantage militaire direct concret attendu. Ça, c'est ce principe. Alors, dans les contextes des cyberopérations, effectivement, il y a des sérieux problèmes. Nous vivons ce qu'on appelle la numérisation des conflits armés. De la même manière, en temps de paix, nous dépendons entièrement des cyber-outils. De la même manière, en situation de conflits armés, notre vie et, en fait, dans les situations de conflits armés, les groupes armés, les forces armées étatiques dépendent également des cyber-outils. C'est-à-dire, en temps de paix, tout ce que nous faisons, la plupart de ce que nous faisons, notre vie, les études universitaires, le système de santé, tout cela se trouve être interconnecté. Quand vous arrivez à l'hôpital, il suffit que le médecin ouvre son ordinateur pour voir vos antécédents. Et donc, ça passe par cette interconnexion. On est dans le système des réseaux. Que ce soit au niveau de l'université, nous sommes dans une université, un étudiant a son ID, ses identités, donc pour ouvrir, et il a grandement besoin de cela. De la même manière, en temps de conflits armés, les groupes armés, les forces armées recourent justement à des cyberopérations. On peut, pour attaquer un système d'information, pour attaquer par exemple les systèmes de distribution d'électricité d'un groupe armé ou des forces armées étatiques, passer justement par des cyberopérations. Mais le problème, c'est qu'il peut s'avérer que les systèmes informatiques civils se trouvent être liés par les systèmes informatiques militaires. Que faire quand vous lancez une attaque? Il faut savoir que, en situation de conflits armés, le droit qui est d'application, c'est le droit d'intervention humanitaire. Le droit d'intervention humanitaire s'applique quelle que soit la forme des conflits armés, quels que soient les types d'armes, et même celles à venir. Autrement dit, les cyberopérations n'échappent pas au droit d'intervention humanitaire. Et par conséquent, quand vous lancez par exemple une attaque, vous devez veiller en sorte que les dommages collatéraux ne soient pas excessifs par rapport à l'avantage militaire direct concret attendu. Le problème qui se pose en droit d'intervention humanitaire, c'est par exemple au sujet des données civiles. Est-ce que les données civiles peuvent être conçues comme le bien de caractère civil? C'est une question qui s'est posée. Ce qui est vrai, dans la mesure où les données civiles font dépendre la vie et la survie de la population, il va de soi que ces données civiles soient conçues ou méritent la même protection qu'on accorderait au bien de caractère civil. Un autre problème, c'est au sujet, il s'est posé le problème par rapport aux attaques, puisque généralement, en droit d'intervention humanitaire, on voudrait que les attaques puissent occasionner des dommages matériels réels. Mais le fait d'attaquer un système informatique qui directement n'entraînerait pas des dommages matériels, est-ce que l'on peut concevoir cela comme étant une attaque au sens du droit d'intervention humanitaire quand on fait allusion par exemple à l'article 49, paragraphe 1er du protocole additionnel 1er, où l'on parle des attaques au sens offensif comme au sens défensif? Est-ce que l'on peut concevoir cela au sens du droit d'intervention humanitaire? En gros, les États, de manière générale, ont estimé que, les États ont estimé que les données civiles ou les attaques, dans le sens des cyberopérations, rentraient également dans le cadre de la protection au sens du droit d'intervention humanitaire. Alors, ça c'est un examen au niveau de principe de distinction. Et au sujet des principes de proportionnalité, là effectivement, avant de lancer une attaque contre, par exemple, les systèmes informatiques ou les données civiles, il faudrait mener une évaluation. On va se référer ici à ce que j'ai qualifié, ce que j'ai appelé les cyber-renseignements. On doit avoir tous les renseignements possibles avant de lancer une attaque. Et l'évaluation qui doit être faite doit être une évaluation minutieuse, une évaluation multidisciplinaire, une évaluation rigoureuse avant de lancer l'attaque. Donc l'évaluation doit se passer avant et pendant l'attaque. On peut même lancer l'attaque si l'on estime que les dommages collatéraux qui pourraient être entraînés à la suite de cette attaque pourraient s'avérer excessifs par rapport à l'avantage militaire direct concret attendu. On doit absolument cesser d'attaquer. D'ailleurs, c'est la position du tribunal pénal international pour l'ex-Yougoslavie où il est clairement dit, même si la cible est légitime d'attaque, mais du moment où l'on estime que les dommages collatéraux pourraient être excessifs, on doit absolument cesser d'attaquer. Alors, il se pose des sérieux problèmes de droit. Par exemple, ici on a parlé de hackers. Les cyberopérations rapprochent de plus en plus les civils du champ de bataille. Et donc, il pourrait se poser des questions de la participation directe. Est-ce qu'un civil informaticien qui participerait dans le cas des cyberopérations peut être une cible légitime d'attaque? Absolument oui, puisqu'il participe. Du moment où un civil participe directement aux hostilités, il cesse d'être... En fait, il perd son immunité de protection. Bref, je voudrais dire que le principe de distinction, le principe de proportionnalité, j'ajouterais même le principe de précaution, sont des principes directeurs parlant des cyberopérations, parlant de l'intelligence artificielle, où l'intelligence artificielle aide même à la prise de décisions pour cibler les objectifs militaires, parlant du système d'armes autonomes. Mesdames, Mesdemoiselles et Messieurs, voilà en peu de mots l'essentiel de ma communication. Merci.
Thank you so much, Prof, for taking us through distinction and proportionality principles. We move on to our last speaker, who is Prof. Ezekiel Amani, who is a professor of international law at the University of Kinshasa and a public prosecutor in the DRC. With over 10 years of experience, he earned his PhD from the Catholic University of Louvain and University of Brussels. He has published on prosecuting war crimes and received the CICR Best Article in IHL Award in 2020. He will be presenting on state responsibility and attribution challenges. Over to you, Prof.
Merci beaucoup. J'ai aussi le plaisir aujourd'hui de discuter avec vous autour d'un sujet, je pense l'un des plus complexes, à savoir la question de la responsabilité internationale. Mais c'est un sujet dont la portée est déjà limitée. Parce que la tâche qui m'a été confiée est celle de discuter des défis. Et lorsqu'on a suivi toutes les présentations et les discussions, vous avez déjà remarqué que les questions de responsabilité ont déjà été discutées. Et il n'est plus nécessaire aujourd'hui de se poser la question comme élément déclencheur du droit à la responsabilité internationale, est-ce qu'il existe une obligation primaire? Puisqu'en l'espèce, il est aujourd'hui affirmé que le droit international humanitaire régit la question des cyberattaques. Et que donc, alors que théoriquement, cela apparaissait comme le premier défi, de savoir s'il existait d'abord une obligation primaire dont la violation entraînerait la responsabilité de l'État, la réponse est affirmative aujourd'hui. Et par économie du temps, je n'y reviendrai plus. Parce qu'on parle de l'intelligence artificielle, vous pouvez déjà voir, à partir de ce qui est projeté, les disclaimers. Clairement, il est dit que l'image vient de l'intelligence artificielle. L'intelligence artificielle, aujourd'hui, peu importe les défis qu'elle présente, a des points positifs et des points négatifs. Et les points négatifs, souvent, sont... Can you go to the second slide? Sont relatives à la question de la responsabilité. Et pour qu'il y ait responsabilité internationale d'un État, il faut passer par un processus, un mécanisme en même temps procédural et substantiel qui est le mécanisme de l'attribution. Et donc l'attribution consiste à répondre à une question: qui a fait cela? Et lorsqu'il s'agit de cyberopérations, les réponses sont nombreuses, en suivant déjà toutes les présentations qui ont été faites. Est-ce que c'est une machine? Est-ce que c'est la personne derrière la machine? Est-ce que si la personne derrière la machine est identifiée, on a des critères précis qui permettent de dire que l'effet est imputable à l'État? Parce que la question de l'attribution en ce qui concerne la responsabilité internationale est aussi l'une des questions les plus difficiles et les plus controversées. Et pour le faire, Pour le faire, il y a généralement dans la littérature qui existe, que j'ai compilée, 3 mécanismes, 3 étapes de l'attribution en ce qui concerne les cyberopérations. Il y a normalement, et tout naturellement, une première étape qui est légale, puisque l'attribution au sens du droit international, c'est un mécanisme légal. Mais lorsqu'on y ajoute la complexité des questions qui sont en jeu, notamment la question de la responsabilité internationale, il y a, pour les cyberopérations, il y a une 3e étape qui arrive, l'étape factuelle, mais aussi l'étape technique. Je reviendrai. Et vous allez voir que lorsque l'on parle des défis en ce qui concerne l'attribution, ces 3 étapes vont finalement créer 3 dimensions. Next slide, please. Ces 3 étapes vont finalement créer 3 dimensions. Des dimensions qui interagissent au fin de l'attribution. Et notamment la machine. Une machine peut servir à préparer l'attaque. Si une machine peut servir à préparer l'attaque, il est possible que ce soit une autre qui serve au transit de l'attaque. Il est aussi possible que ce soit une autre machine qui serve au lancement de l'attaque, surtout lorsque les machines fonctionnent en réseau. Et c'est ça la première complexité. J'y reviendrai. Deuxième dimension, c'est la dimension de l'humain. Est-ce que l'identification précise de la machine permet d'identifier l'humain? Dans certaines circonstances, oui. Lorsqu'il est possible, par des mécanismes qui existent, des questions de preuve, j'y reviendrai aussi, c'est une section autonome. L'identification de la machine permet d'identifier, dans certaines circonstances, l'humain qui est derrière l'attaque. Mais comme on va le voir, généralement, c'est des attaques qui sont faites dans les secrets possibles, avec toute une complexité des réseaux qu'il est difficile d'identifier. D'abord la machine, des 2, l'attaque, la personne qui est derrière l'attaque. Et ce qui exerce finalement une incidence sur la question de savoir si l'effet peut être attribué à un État. Parce que l'État, déjà en tant qu'entité abstraite, n'agit que par des organes. Ces organes peuvent agir, mais si on ne parvient pas déjà à les identifier, c'est tout un problème. Et à plus forte raison, lorsqu'il s'agit des organes au sens de l'article 8, des articles sur la responsabilité de l'État, où cette fois-ci, des personnes qui n'exercent pas a priori des fonctions d'État, mais sur lesquelles l'État exercerait une direction ou un contrôle. Encore que la question du contrôle aussi, c'est une question tellement technique, associée aux cyberopérations, vous comprenez que le défi n'en devient qu'énorme. Please. Alors, pour comprendre ceci, c'est vrai qu'à l'état actuel du droit international procédural, il n'y a pas eu encore d'affaires devant une juridiction internationale impliquant la responsabilité de l'État directement pour les cyberattaques. Il n'y a pas encore eu de décision à cet égard. Mais ça ne signifie pas que la jurisprudence de la CIJ n'éclaire pas à ce sujet. Si on va très loin, déjà en 1986, avec une célèbre affaire que vous avez beaucoup citée dans vos mémoires, l'affaire des activités armées, l'activité militaire et paramilitaire au Nicaragua, vous allez vous rendre compte que dans cet arrêt, l'arrêt sur les fonds, il y a un paragraphe intéressant, c'est le paragraphe 57. Et si vous le lisez, Arsène, pouvez-vous rentrer au premier slide, please? Voilà. Si vous le lisez, vous allez vous rendre compte que la Cour souligne ce qui suit. Certains aspects du comportement attribué à l'une ou à l'autre partie sont enveloppés de secrets. La tâche de la Cour s'en trouve compliquée en ce qui concerne non seulement l'imputabilité des faits, mais aussi leur établissement même. Parfois, aucun problème ne se pose dans la mesure où personne ne paraît douter que le fait s'est effectivement produit, mais les versions des événements peuvent différer et les preuves faire défaut pour savoir qui en est l'auteur. Et ce qui est plus intéressant, c'est le dernier aspect. Le problème dans ces conditions n'est pas l'opération juridique consistant à imputer les faits à un État déterminé au fin d'établir sa responsabilité, mais l'opération préalable de recherche de preuves matérielles permettant d'en identifier l'auteur. Les secrets peuvent aussi envelopper la même réalité, la réalité même du fait. Dans ces cas, la Cour a dû s'efforcer d'abord d'établir ce qui était effectivement arrivé avant d'aborder la phase suivante, consistant à rechercher si les faits, une fois prouvés, étaient imputables ou non à l'État. Ici, la Cour internationale de justice pose déjà son raisonnement de principe en ce qui concerne les opérations effectuées en secret, mais qui, par leur nature, constituent un fait internationalement illicite. C'est que la Cour souligne déjà la difficulté qui existe parce qu'avant d'imputer les faits aux fins d'établissement de la responsabilité, il faut clarifier qu'est-ce qui s'est effectivement passé. Et c'est l'hypothèse qu'il y a actuellement lorsque on aborde la question des cyberattaques dont on sait qu'elles sont généralement faites en secret. Et il est rare qu'un État revendique directement la paternité. Parce que si tel est le cas, même pour les faits qui sont commis par des personnes qui ne sont pas ses organes, nous savons qu'il existe déjà l'article 11 des articles de la CDI sur la responsabilité, qui affirme clairement que la responsabilité peut être imputée à un État pour des faits commis par des personnes tierces si l'État adopte ces comportements, comme les siens. Et en ce qui concerne les cyberopérations, les défis principaux donc qui existent, c'est la détermination de l'origine de l'attaque. Je vais donc rapidement, et pour tenir compte du temps, parler... Non, please. Je pense que notre technicien il est rapide que moi. Voilà, je vais... Yeah, vous pouvez vous arrêter là. Je vais aborder la question des machines. C'est une question principale et d'ailleurs, c'est la question de base. Mais je souligne que dans certaines circonstances, c'est une question pas nécessaire. Parce qu'il est possible d'attribuer l'attaque à un État, même si la machine n'a pas été identifiée. Si l'État concerné se conforme, comme le prescrit l'article 11 des articles de la CDI. Il reconnaît les faits. Lorsqu'il reconnaît les faits, il revendique l'attaque, on n'a plus besoin de passer par ces mécanismes. On ne va passer par ces mécanismes que lorsque l'État objecte. Et dans ce cas, il faut identifier. Est-ce qu'on va commencer à juger les ordinateurs? C'est ce qui est illustré par l'image que vous voyez. Quelle est la décision qui a conduit à auditionner un ordinateur? Et généralement, ce qui explique cela, c'est le fait que l'identification de l'ordinateur qui est à l'origine d'une cyberattaque peut permettre, c'est vrai, de conduire à son propriétaire. Ça peut aussi permettre d'identifier les lieux de l'attaque. Le souci, c'est que ça demande des compétences techniques, souvent que nous, juristes, nous n'avons pas. Heureusement que nous avons un informaticien dans la salle. Il pourra répondre à toutes les questions qui concernent les slides qu'il y a là. Et 3 mécanismes que j'ai notés lorsque j'ai porté la toge de l'ordinateur. J'ai noté 3 mécanismes qui permettent d'identifier un ordinateur au fin de l'attribution. Le numéro de série, les Media Access Control, adresse IP, Internet Protocol. Et c'est des questions qui sont techniques. Sincèrement, je me suis perdu lorsque j'ai commencé à essayer de comprendre qu'est-ce que ça signifiait dans les langages informatiques et comment est-ce que cela pourrait aider la Cour à déterminer l'ordinateur qui est à la base de l'attaque. Et cette question devient encore plus complexe lorsque c'est des ordinateurs qui fonctionnent en réseau, où l'opération, l'attaque est préparée sur un ordinateur, mais qui va transiter par un pays voisin avant d'atteindre sa cible. Parce que généralement, c'est des techniques qui permettent de cacher l'identité. Et voilà le tout premier défi lorsque l'on évoque la question de la responsabilité et que l'on doit lier cette question à l'attribution qui nécessite préalablement qu'on identifie la machine qui a servi à l'attaque. Et le problème qu'il y a aussi lorsqu'on parle de cette question d'ordinateur, c'est que, je l'avais déjà dit, ça peut mobiliser le numéro de série, numéro MAC, IP, consentement, ou n'était pas tout simplement au courant de l'opération. Et c'est ce qui va nous conduire à notre slide qui montre clairement que même dans cette hypothèse, l'identification de la machine peut être différente de l'identification de l'auteur. Et c'est donc un autre défi. Alors, parce qu'ici on parle déjà de l'auteur, quels sont aussi les défis, puisqu'il s'agit ici de relever les défis. Les auteurs d'une cyberopération peuvent recourir à de nombreuses techniques pour rendre l'attribution plus difficile. Je l'avais déjà dit. Par exemple, ça peut être l'usurpation de l'identité de l'auteur, telle que usurper une adresse IP. Ça peut aussi être l'utilisation des autres réflecteurs, des protocoles pour masquer l'identité de l'auteur, et j'en passe. Ça peut aussi, finalement, être ou avoir une incidence sur la collecte de la preuve et l'utilisation. Parce que finalement, si l'auteur a caché son identité, les preuves récoltées qui vous conduisent vers l'identité d'une personne dont la machine a été hackée pour lancer l'attaque, c'est-à-dire que c'est des preuves dont il faudra discuter l'admissibilité devant une juridiction internationale. Ça devient aussi un défi. Parce que lorsque vous récoltez toutes ces preuves avec les métadonnées et autres, mais que ça provient déjà d'une fraude, parce que ce n'est pas la personne à l'origine de l'attaque, ça amène beaucoup de complexité dans la question de l'attribution d'une cyberattaque, notamment pour établir la responsabilité. Please. Again. Voilà. Je vais alors rapidement discuter la question de l'attribution à l'État. À partir du moment où on connaît déjà les quelques défis que j'ai résumés, il y en a beaucoup, mais compte tenu du temps, j'en ai pas parlé, il devient un problème. Il y a un problème maintenant pour attribuer de tels faits à un État. Ce qui est vrai, la méthodologie d'attribution, elle est déjà claire lorsqu'on regarde les articles de la CDI sur la responsabilité. Et il y a des articles qui m'intéressent en particulier, même si j'en ai cité d'autres. Par exemple, c'est l'article 4. S'il arrive au moins que par les mécanismes d'identification et les preuves récoltées, on parvient à dire que c'est un agent de l'État qui a lancé l'attaque, ça ne pose pas de problème. Et dans beaucoup de circonstances, même en dehors des cyberopérations, cela n'a jamais posé problème pour l'établissement de la responsabilité. C'est plutôt sous l'angle de l'article 8 que le problème il est accru. Parce qu'ici, on trouve plusieurs mécanismes qui entrent en jeu pour l'attribution de la responsabilité, notamment pouvoir établir que cette personne identifiée, derrière une machine aussi identifiée, a agi en fait sur les instructions ou les directives ou sous le contrôle de cet État. Et il ne s'agit pas ici que d'un contrôle général. C'est un débat que vous aurez beaucoup dans vos plaidoiries, que vous avez abordé dans vos mémoires en ce qui concerne le contrôle global ou le contrôle effectif. Mais vous savez déjà qu'au fin d'établissement de la responsabilité internationale, quel est le type de contrôle. Et ce type de contrôle répond à certains critères qui sont déjà difficiles et souvent difficiles à prouver même en dehors d'une question complexe comme une question de la cyberopération. Maintenant, lier la preuve que l'État a exercé un contrôle effectif sur une personne, une tierce personne, afin de lancer une attaque, une cyberattaque qui est déjà complexe par sa nature, c'est aussi un autre défi pour les juristes. Comme je l'ai souligné, nous n'avons pas encore eu d'affaires. Mais je sais déjà que ça sera la question la plus complexe, même devant la CIJ, si une question comme ça est posée à la Cour. Parce que la Cour, c'est vrai, a déjà tout un mécanisme prévu par les articles 48 et 51, si je ne me trompe pas de son statut, qui concerne le régime applicable aux preuves, et qui admet toute une catégorie de preuves documentaires, mais aussi des preuves circonstancielles. Et surtout pour cette preuve circonstancielle dont souvent l'admissibilité devant la CIJ est beaucoup contestée, même si la CIJ l'affirme clairement dans l'affaire du génocide bosniaque, lorsqu'on doit lier des éléments, des métadonnées qui ressortent de cyberopérations, est-ce que cela pourrait servir comme base pour une démonstration à partir d'une preuve circonstancielle, ce qui constitue aussi un défi en ce qui concerne la question de la preuve. Et donc, pour conclure, il y a beaucoup de défis que de réponses. Et je n'ai pas de réponse à vous donner. Nous allons continuer à discuter ensemble autour de ces défis et des réponses éventuelles s'il y en aura. Mais rassurez-vous, j'en ai pas. Merci beaucoup.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Prof, for that great analysis. I would like to invite two questions from the audience, one from a lady, one from a gentleman, in the interest of time, so that we can wrap this up. We'll take a question from the lady this side and one gentleman here.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Mes questions, je commence d'abord par la première qui est de savoir, est-ce que les règles traditionnelles du droit international humanitaire s'appliquent directement dans les cyberespaces? Ma deuxième question est de savoir, est-ce que les manuels de Tallinn ne méritent pas une attention particulière et constituer un début de codification du droit international dans les cyberespaces concernant les cyberopérations? Et ma troisième question est celle de savoir, notamment le prof Junior Mumbala nous a parlé des cyberrenseignements. Alors ma question est de savoir quelle est la nature, ou soit quel est le statut du cyberespion. Merci.
Merci beaucoup de la parole m'accordée. J'ai deux petites questions que je n'adresse à personne. Elles sont transversales. Mais la première, je crois que le prof Ézéchiel pourrait très bien y répondre. C'est tout simplement de savoir par rapport à quelle serait la place de plateformes informatiques dans l'imputabilité de faits, des crimes dans les cadres de la cyberattaque. C'est-à-dire, par exemple, X ou Instagram ou WhatsApp, que nous connaissons des sociétés, par exemple, états-uniennes, mais l'attaque est lancée à partir de la France, par exemple. Quelle serait la place de ces sociétés informatiques? Alors, la deuxième question, je l'adresse au prof junior. D'abord, prof, excusez-moi, je sais que vous avez déjà faim, mais permettez que je cherche à savoir quels seraient les critères qui nous aideraient ou qui guideraient le raisonnement lorsque, sachant que dans un CANI, il y a la condition de l'intensité des hostilités pour pouvoir qualifier les conflits, puisque les opérations, les cyber-opérations, vous l'avez dit, ne font pas toujours référence à une attaque matérielle. Quels seraient les critères dans ce sens? Alors, le deuxième volet de ma question, c'est par rapport à la légitime défense dans les cadres de cyber-opérations. Puisque, comme je l'ai dit dans mon cas illustratif, on peut avoir une société états-unienne, une société informatique états-unienne, mais dont l'attaque est lancée à partir de la France. Contre quel État on va exercer, par exemple, la légitime défense? Est-ce que la France, est-ce que les États-Unis ou tous les deux États? Ça, c'est le premier volet. Et le second volet, c'est par rapport aux modalités d'exercice, puisque certains États ne sont pas aujourd'hui en même de pouvoir recourir aux cyber-opérations. Est-ce que les États, sachant que la légitime défense doit également être proportionnelle, est-ce que les États qui ne sont pas puissants pourraient avoir le droit de recourir à une autre modalité, une autre forme d'attaque pour faire face à une attaque dans les cas de la légitime défense? Merci beaucoup.
Over to the first responder of the questions. Who would like to go first? Sure.
Merci beaucoup pour les questions. Alors, je commencerai par les manuels de Tallinn. C'est vrai, c'est un taux de source qui existe et c'est l'une des sources d'ailleurs qui aborde avec beaucoup de suffisance la question de cyberopérations. Mais quelle est sa nature? C'est ça la question. Est-ce que vous parlez du processus de codification? C'est vrai que le manuel a déjà la règle 18, et qui parle clairement de la responsabilité de l'État pour les actes relevant de cyberopérations. Mais pour moi, lorsque j'examine ces manuels, je ne suis pas encore à mesure de lui donner une nature particulière qui l'élèverait au rang de la coutume. Parce qu'on connaît les processus de formation de la coutume. Il peut, en revanche, comme toute réflexion de doctrine, contribuer à l'émergence d'une règle coutumière. Parce qu'elle n'est pas actuellement les résultats d'une codification. Encore moins que le raisonnement qui est utilisé, la description qui est faite, ne relève pas d'une analyse particulière de la pratique des États et de l'opinion russe. C'est en général des affirmations qui sont faites, mais je pense que c'est en vue de forcer l'émergence d'une norme coutumière qui ne l'est pas encore à l'état actuel. Parce que la pratique et l'opinion juriste ne sont pas examinées dans ces manuels, d'où l'on tirerait la conclusion que la règle 18 qu'ils instituent viendrait de la coutume. Encore que si ça venait de la coutume, on n'avait plus besoin d'en instituer par une règle créée par un manuel, parce que la règle coutumière existerait déjà de soi. Elle n'a pas besoin d'être confirmée par une règle contenue dans un manuel de taille. Alors, la deuxième question qui est difficile, la question de l'imputabilité. J'avais déjà affirmé que je n'avais pas de réponse. Mais puisque vous insistez, je vais souligner juste deux choses. La question de la responsabilité est à examiner au cas par cas. Ça dépend de la nature de la question. Il y a une responsabilité qui peut être envisagée pour violation, par exemple, de l'obligation de diligence. Parce qu'un État a laissé des activités subversives se commettre sur son territoire. Si la question est envisagée sous cet angle-là, il est possible d'établir la responsabilité. Encore qu'il faudra établir que l'État a été au courant ou aurait dû être au courant mais n'a pas pris de mesures pour prévenir la survenance de telles attaques. Et donc, voilà, il est possible d'établir une responsabilité en fonction de l'obligation de diligence, la violation de l'obligation de diligence, mais si c'est sous l'angle de l'attribution attribuée des actes commis par des acteurs américains sur le territoire indien, mais en utilisant la France, je n'ai pas de réponse. Et vous n'en aurez pas aussi. Il faudra attendre que les cas se présentent pour qu'on y réponde et voir la manière dans laquelle cela s'est posé. Sinon, vous me demandez de rédiger un cas pratique. Alors, généralement, la question de la preuve que j'ai soulevée a aussi empêché beaucoup d'États, notamment les États-Unis. Vous êtes-vous déjà posé la question pourquoi, alors que les États-Unis, à un certain moment, avaient prétendu avoir été victimes d'une cyberattaque de la part de la Russie, pourquoi les États-Unis n'ont pas réagi? C'est généralement la question de la preuve. Parce que même les contre-mesures demandent qu'il y ait un début de preuve, pas seulement des affirmations. Et c'est ainsi que lorsque vous regardez les commentaires au centre service de renseignement des États-Unis, c'est une question qui est toujours sous investigation. Mais le problème qui fait que cette question traîne, c'est parce qu'il y a un problème de preuve. Et ce n'est pas une question facile à régler. La simple déclaration, c'est vrai parce que c'est un État puissant, ça exerce déjà une pression sur l'auteur des faits. Mais envisager une action juridique, même sous l'angle de contre-mesures, ça pose problème, même pour les États-Unis. C'est tout ce que je peux dire en ce qui concerne les questions qui m'ont été posées. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Pour la parole, je vais répondre aux questions qui me sont adressées. La première question, c'est au sujet du statut de cyber-espion. C'est une question, j'avoue, très difficile, puisque déjà, il faut partir du principe, c'est que les différents principes directeurs du droit d'intervention humanitaire sont transposables en cyberopération. À ce jour, il n'existe pas une convention proprement dite dans ce sens. Il est vrai que depuis 2021, le Comité international de la Croix-Rouge incite les États à adopter des conventions allant dans ce sens, notamment pour les systèmes d'armes létales autonomes. Mais il n'y a pas de convention. Mais, comme je disais, s'agissant de conflits armés, le droit d'intervention humanitaire reste d'application. Et le droit d'intervention humanitaire s'applique quelles que soient les formes des conflits armés, quels que soient les types d'armes utilisées. Et d'ailleurs, l'article 36 que certains experts ont évoqué revient sur les armes nouvelles. Ainsi, nous tentons de transposer les différents principes, aller au niveau de cyberopération par exemple. Mais ce qui est vrai, ça ne colle toujours pas. Notamment sur la question de cyber-espion. Déjà, un espion au sens classique du droit d'intervention humanitaire, c'est quelqu'un qui, par des moyens fallacieux, cherche à avoir des informations. S'il se retrouve en tenue civile, là, il perd ce qu'on appelle les privilèges de combattants. C'est-à-dire que même des prisonniers de guerre. Donc la question reste très difficile. Comment déjà identifier un espion sera celui-là qui sera derrière son ordinateur. Mais je pars du principe qu'un civil qui participerait directement aux hostilités via les cyberopérations, il perd son immunité de protection. Il devient par conséquent une cible légitime d'attaque. La deuxième question, c'est au sujet des critères d'appréciation s'agissant des conflits armés non internationaux. J'ai eu la chance de participer en 2012 à un colloque des Briges, où j'ai vu des éminents juristes, experts, spécialistes en droit international humanitaire, débattre sur la question des seuils d'intensité. Et je vais vous avouer, les actes sont d'ailleurs sur Internet, il n'y a pas assez de conclusions par rapport aux seuils d'intensité. Il est vrai qu'il y a certains critères qui sont déterminés pour apprécier, notamment quand vous lisez la jurisprudence des tribunaux pénaux internationaux, pour déterminer les seuils d'intensité s'agissant des conflits armés non internationaux. Puisque le seuil d'intensité, beaucoup plus, c'est vraiment au sujet des conflits armés non internationaux, puisqu'au niveau de conflits armés internationaux, comme le dit un de mes profs, Eric David, il est même possible qu'on puisse avoir des conflits armés sans échange de coups de feu. Mais au niveau des conflits armés non internationaux, il y a certains éléments. Est-ce qu'il y a eu déjà une résolution des Nations Unies dans ce sens? Est-ce qu'il y a eu vraiment un mouvement en termes d'armement? Est-ce qu'il y a eu des morts, et ainsi de suite? Alors, il est difficilement appréciable. Tout de même, comme nous le savons, l'article 3 commun aux conventions de Genève reste d'application à tout type de conflits armés non internationaux. Et par conséquent, on pourrait ramener ça ici. Alors, la dernière question s'agissant des légitimes défenses. Avant de répondre à cette question, je voudrais dire que les rapports entre le droit et la guerre, il y a plus ou moins 3 types de relations. Il y a ce qu'on appelle les jus ad bellum, les droits de recourir à la guerre, les jus contra bellum, les droits contre la guerre, et les jus in bello. À mon sens, la légitime défense est beaucoup plus utilisée dans le sens des jus ad bellum. Dans la salle, nous avons un expert sur la question, je cite mon éminent collègue Benjamin Traoré, et donc ça serait peut-être l'opportunité de lui poser des questions sur la légitime défense. Ces termes en droit humanitaire, il faudrait beaucoup plus éviter cela, utiliser attaque, contre-attaque, représailles. Ça peut être compréhensible. Merci.
Thank you so much. Maybe I'll just take this opportunity to build upon what colleagues have said, but also just to give very brief final remarks from my side to say, for the International Committee of the Red Cross, we are very clear. Yes, IHL applies to cyber operations. There's no doubt about that. How does it apply? Absolutely, there are complexities and complications in that part. For our side, we have positions on this. We have said what is an attack, whether a cyber operation can launch an armed conflict or not. We have positions on this. And I'm sure a lot of you will quote us in your moot submissions starting tomorrow. But just to say that who is supposed to answer these questions? Who will clarify how IHL applies to cyber operations? The answers won't come from this room. The answers need to come from states parties to the Geneva Conventions. And so for us, we have been, of course, engaging with a lot of international and regional processes that are aiming to answer those questions, such as you may be aware of the UN Open-Ended Working Group, which has been going on for the last 7 years now. The unfortunate part, and if I may say that, about the UN Open-Ended Working Group is that they have not yet even been able to agree whether IHL and international law in its entirety applies to cyber operations, let alone go into the complexities of how the principle of distinction is even, for instance, supposed to be replicated in the cyberspace, or can it be replicated in the cyberspace, etc. So from our side, of course, we work bilaterally in regional and in global fora with states parties to help clarify these questions. And of course, increasingly, you do have states who have national positions on this. And as Marie was saying in the morning as well, the head of the regional delegation in her keynote, that you do have the common African position on the applicability of international humanitarian law to cyber operations. So I think those are extremely interesting and important starting points. And that is where the conversation needs to build on. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, can we just give a round of applause to our panelists? That will be the end of our session for this afternoon, and we're going to give I'll hand over to Robert. Though I know there's so many questions left, but here is an opportunity for you to approach the experts and have a conversation about these matters without any time frame. So thank you so much for your attention.
You must be tired because the hand clap you just gave confirms that you're really tired. Can we appreciate the panelists once again? Normally, I forgot to say this during the opening, but we normally award the person with the most engagements, the most active person on social media. So if you want to win the award for this year's edition, you still have a chance. So please engage online, and who knows, it might be you. So we are looking forward to awarding the best person with the most engagements online. I believe we are almost coming to the end of today's session, and mathematically we are at 9% before we go for lunch. But before that, we have a brief roundtable discussion, which we are going to follow. I believe you should be energetic for this one because it's very interesting. And allow me to welcome Professor Catherine Meyer, who is going to moderate this session. Dr. Meyer is a professor of international law at Lusofona University, Portugal. And she's also a visiting professor of science at Sciences Po Poly, Catholic University of Rio and Lille, and Swiss UMEF. She has 24 years of experience and holds a PhD from the Université de Bourgogne, and serves as a UNHCR-appointed judge assessor at the French National Court of Asylum. Her publications include Le Droit africain des droits de la femme, and she received the Scientific Incentive Award in Portugal. Dr. Catherine, you're welcome. Joining her, we have Ms. Leah Mehari. You're welcome. We also have Professor Raphael Morer. And we have Dr. Samuel Segun, who will be joining us online. So we look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
To use this one.
I can help you. The biography of the experts. You have it, or can give you?
I have nothing about them. Perfect. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. J'ai le grand plaisir de modérer cette table ronde qui est consacrée à un thème d'une grande actualité qui concerne donc ce fossé qu'il y a entre la technologie et la réglementation. Et avant de commencer cette table ronde, et malgré le peu de temps qu'il nous reste, je ne peux ne pas remercier très chaleureusement toute l'équipe de iPeace pour cette première édition au Kenya, et adresser mes très chaleureux remerciements au professeur Elvis Membe, et avec un remerciement spécial également au docteur Ezekiel Amani pour leur confiance renouvelée et pour leur invitation. Concernant cette table ronde, il nous faut avoir conscience que les innovations technologiques, qu'il s'agisse de l'intelligence artificielle dont on vient de parler, des systèmes autonomes ou de la guerre numérique, bousculent nos cadres juridiques et éthiques traditionnels. Et la question qui se pose est de savoir si le droit international humanitaire et les instruments existants sont capables de répondre à ces défis ou si de nouvelles approches s'imposent. Pour ouvrir cette discussion, donc je vais inviter Madame Léa Mehari de l'Université d'Addis Abeba, Éthiopie, à examiner une première question fondamentale qui concerne le cadre existant du droit international humanitaire et savoir s'il est suffisant pour contenir les progrès technologiques. Léa Mehari is the founder and director of the International Humanitarian Law Clinic at Addis Abeba University. With over a decade of experience, she leads initiatives on conflict classification and humanitarian challenges across Africa. She lectures in law, designing inclusive practice-oriented courses, and has previously served as associate researcher at Amani Africa and Humanitarian Affairs advisor at the ICRC. She has published extensively and consulted for organizations including Walbrook Advisory and Maxine Lay and Company. You have 8 minutes, sorry for the time.
Thank you so much. 8 minutes, I figured for 10, 15, so I'll try to make it smaller. Do we have the slides projected? If not, it's all right. We can go on without the slides. Good afternoon, everyone. I can imagine how tired you must be, so I'll try to make this quick. I am also a teacher, and I teach fifth-year law students, so I know how cranky they get when it gets around 12 p.m. So I'll try to make this quick. So we've been hearing up until now about autonomous weapon systems, about cyber warfare, about drones, and how all of these impact armed conflict, situations of armed conflict, especially when vulnerable civilians are involved. But now the question becomes, can existing IHL framework govern these new technologies? And this is not just a legal question, it's also not just a technical question, but it's a very deeply human question, because at its core, international humanitarian law aims to protect civilians and those who no longer participate in hostilities, as well as to thank you so much. IHL seeks to protect civilians, those who have been hors de combat, and also serves to regulate means and methods of warfare. And as we all know, technology is advancing at speed that IHL just cannot contain. Technology, artificial intelligence, be it autonomous weapon systems, be it drones, they advance in a matter of months, if not weeks. IHL treaties in decades, even longer. So the real challenge is, can laws that were largely crafted in the aftermath of the Second World War, or after the Cold War, after the decolonization wars, can they contain situations that we only expected to see in movies like Terminator or iRobot, where technology is advancing at a speed that we can't even contain? There are my slides. Can we go to slide 3, please? Perfect, thank you. Slide 3 is good. Next. Yes, this is good. And let me begin by grounding us in the basics. International humanitarian law, as we all know and as we've been discussing, rests on a few fundamental principles. Distinction between combatants and civilians, between fighters and civilians, and between military objectives and civilian objects. Second, proportionality, where attacks that would cause civilian harm, much more excessive as compared to the military advantage are prohibited. Necessity, when it's only prohibited to use force that is required to achieve a legitimate military aim. And humanity, where means and methods of warfare that are expected to cause unnecessary suffering and superfluous injury are prohibited. And these principles are timeless. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next slide. It's okay. These principles are timeless. And they are deliberately, and I'm sure my colleagues at the ICRC would support me on this, deliberately technologically neutral. They don't refer to a specific weapon, they don't refer to a specific technology, but rather they apply to all. Whether we're fighting with spears, with the drones, whether we're fighting with bombs in densely populated areas, these principles remain timeless and they're neutral. And that's the strength of IHL. It is designed to endure different types of settings, different types of weapons. And historically, it has adapted, and we saw it respond to the rise of chemical and biological weapons, to the debates on nuclear weapons, and to the use of explosive weapons in densely populated areas, and more recently, to drone warfare as well. But resilience does not mean IHL is invulnerable. And that brings me to the pressures of modern technology. And I'm going to very quickly go through this. Hosts, organizers, if we can go to the next slide, and if we can go through it very quickly. And if not, it's also okay. Yes. So the technological pressures from autonomous weapon systems. We've heard the first panel speak about this. I have one quote that I just want to mention. In Mary Shelley's Frankenstein monster says, "Beware, for I am fearless, and therefore powerful." Autonomous weapon systems have no fear against retribution, fear against accountability. They feel no hunger, exhaustion, no humanity, and are capable of destruction that we can't even imagine. And international humanitarian law in this setting requires an assessment to be made at every step. And I will not go through this because my colleague has previously explained it as she was explaining her PhD thesis very well. But we need the ex-ante assessment of the commander at the circumstances ruling at the time with all of the information they have. How can we say that an autonomous weapon can make those decisions? How can we give autonomous weapons those decisions when we don't even know who to hold accountable? And even how to hold them accountable as well. This has been discussed earlier. Next slide, please. On cyber warfare as well, we see we are now at a time when a single keystroke, pressing enter on your laptop, on your iPad, even on your phone, can have the same impacts as a missile strike. Now again, same questions hold. The difficulty of attribution. Who do you hold accountable? Is it a commander? Is it a civilian IT or a programming or a software engineer that primarily designed the system? Is it the commander-in-chief of the army? Because that's the only person that we know we can hold accountable in this case. Who are we attributing the responsibility of an attack that causes massive civilian harm? Third is surveillance and data-driven warfare. Now, I will tell you something exciting. As students, I'm sure some of you may have played the game, the interactive game Digital Dilemmas. Does anyone know of it? Show of hands, please. Digital Dilemmas is a game that's developed by the various Red Cross and Red Crescent movements, ICRC, IFRC, and some national Red Cross societies, where you get to be in the shoes of a refugee and a displaced person, where you get to be in the shoes of a soldier or an ICRC personnel and make decisions. And then you see at every turn how each one of your data, your biometrics data, fingerprints are taken as a refugee at every camp. You can't cross national borders unless your fingerprints are taken. So think about the situation where your privacy is non-existence, where you are located at every single turn. You're always being surveilled. And now artificial intelligence, as discussed earlier, has enabled a new form of mass surveillance and predictive targeting, as mentioned earlier as well. From facial recognition on drones to algorithms identifying patterns of life, as you mentioned, to target certain individuals. And then, as Professor Changeta has stated earlier, it gets it wrong. Maybe due to weather reasons or due to bias, algorithmic bias and racism in the systems as well. And that causes massive civilian casualties. Who do we hold accountable again? It's the same thing. So these pressures are very much real. But does this mean that IHL is absolute? Well, not quite. Next slide, please. Because IHL has enduring strengths. Its universality,
Thank you very much, Leah Mehari, for this stimulating reflection. Without transition, je vais maintenant passer à une deuxième intervention du professeur Raphaël Morel de l'Université de Bourgogne qui va nous parler du rôle des organisations multilatérales dans la régulation des technologies émergentes. Autrement dit, comment les instances internationales peuvent accompagner et anticiper ces mutations technologiques. Dr. Raphael is an associate professor of public law at the University of Bourgogne, Europe, and holds the chair of ethical and legal governance of quantum technologies. He is a member of the Institut Universitaire de France and directs studies at the Observatory of Public Ethics, formerly a judge of the French National Court of Asylum. He is an expert in international and digital law, authoring numerous books and over 50 articles. You have the floor for 8 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, chère Catherine. Alors, en quelques minutes, je vais évidemment être très général, mais je voudrais d'abord préciser que moi, je ne suis pas spécialiste de droit international des droits de l'homme. Je suis spécialiste de pas grand-chose, mais en tout cas, je suis un internationaliste généraliste. Donc, je vais vous parler plutôt de droit international général et je vais essayer de prendre un petit peu de hauteur. Je voudrais quand même parler d'abord des mots du titre. Qu'est-ce que j'entends par technologie émergente? Eh bien, ce sont des technologies qu'on n'a peut-être pas encore de manière universelle ou seulement de manière très récente. Et il peut s'agir de technologies physiques, matérielles, comme de technologies logicielles. Donc, je vais intégrer les deux dans la réflexion. Quant au terme régulation, bon, il mérite une journée entière, mais c'est un mot qui est un petit peu devenu un poncif qui, en général, réfère à des questions économiques. Et justement, il est ici pertinent parce que lorsqu'on parle de régulation, on pense encadrement, comment on va encadrer les technologies, mais en réalité, l'enjeu principal de l'encadrement, et ce qui freine souvent l'encadrement des nouvelles technologies, c'est l'économie. C'est la nécessité d'innover, ou en tout cas la nécessité perçue d'innover, de développer des nouvelles technologies. Et donc là, le terme régulation prend tout son sens. Et donc comment les organisations multilatérales vont essayer de réguler, que j'entends principalement comme encadrer, ces nouvelles technologies et technologies émergentes. Alors, elles vont faire, ces organisations, par des discussions, par l'organisation de discussions formelles ou non, et puis elles vont réguler par des décisions multilatérales ou bilatérales, voire même des décisions unilatérales d'organisations internationales. Et c'est là qu'intervient le droit, évidemment. Alors, je ne vais pas énumérer des règles, je vais plutôt essayer de prendre de la hauteur, comme je l'ai dit, et de porter un regard global en observant ce qui se passe au sein des organisations multilatérales lorsqu'une nouvelle technologie émerge. Dans les 6 minutes qui me restent, je vais aborder 3 perspectives différentes pour 3 conclusions sur ce sujet. Et d'abord, une perspective photographique, essayons simplement de regarder l'état des lieux. Et si on regarde l'état actuel des choses, on peut se demander s'il y a vraiment un sujet et si les organisations multilatérales régulent réellement les nouvelles technologies. Je prends 4 exemples, 4 grandes technologies émergentes. L'intelligence artificielle, alors l'IA, on en a parlé tout à l'heure, c'est un terme qui existe depuis 1956, la technologie, elle existe depuis fort longtemps. Ce qui est nouveau, c'est l'IA générative proposée sur les marchés, mais il y a aussi une puissance de calcul démultipliée qui va donner naissance à de nouvelles armes. On a parlé des armes létales autonomes, on parlera tout à l'heure un tout petit peu des nuées de drones, donc il y a des technologies émergentes fondées sur l'IA. L'IA, on peut regarder la blockchain, on peut regarder l'Internet des objets, on peut regarder les technologies quantiques, j'en parlerai demain. Dans tous les cas, ce qu'on peut constater, c'est que les organisations multilatérales se saisissent assez peu, quantitativement comme qualitativement, de ces différents sujets. Les organisations régionales le font plus volontiers, ce n'est pas toujours une réussite. Si on regarde par exemple ce qu'a fait l'Union européenne en matière de régulation de l'intelligence artificielle, c'est une approche principiste qui se retrouve un petit peu coincée entre des enjeux économiques et des enjeux éthiques. Voilà, donc on n'a pas forcément énormément de choses, j'ai pas le temps de le développer. Ce qui peut être préoccupant, c'est que les organisations multilatérales historiques ne sont plus autant qu'avant des forums, des forats, où on discute sérieusement de l'émergence des nouvelles technologies. Je prends l'exemple des nuées de drones ou des technologies quantiques. Ce sont des technologies clairement émergentes sur lesquelles on a aujourd'hui des données qui auraient dû faire ou pu faire l'objet de réflexion de la part du Conseil de sécurité, de l'Assemblée générale. Et en réalité, on n'a pas grand-chose. On peut se poser la question de pourquoi. Ce qu'on dit souvent, c'est que finalement, ce n'est pas dans leurs attributions, ce n'est pas dans leurs compétences, donc ce n'est pas la peine. Sauf qu'il me semble que c'est faux. Ma deuxième perspective est une perspective historique. Il me semble d'abord que historiquement ces sujets relèvent pleinement de la compétence des organisations multilatérales classiques. Toutes les technologies que j'ai évoquées, IA, blockchain, Internet des objets, technologie quantique, soulèvent soit tout ou partie des questions relatives au maintien de la paix, compétences de l'Organisation des Nations Unies évidemment, des questions économiques, je pense au transfert de technologie, la question de la propriété intellectuelle, aux équilibres entre les enjeux économiques, les enjeux écologiques, les enjeux de santé, et donc là on se tourne du côté de l'Organisation mondiale du commerce, et parfois même de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé. Toutes soulèvent des questions culturelles qui peuvent être appréhendées par l'UNESCO. D'ailleurs, l'UNESCO a été l'une des premières organisations multilatérales universelles à se saisir de la question de l'intelligence artificielle et à aborder, à délivrer des lignes directrices qui sont juridiquement très floues, mais en tout cas, on peut lui accorder le mérite de s'y être intéressé. L'histoire nous enseigne également que les organisations multilatérales ont su se saisir de certaines technologies émergentes, soit directement, soit pour créer un espace de négociation d'un traité international. Exemple, sous l'angle plutôt du maintien de la paix et de l'économie, les armes nucléaires. On a eu un traité sur l'Antarctique pour éviter sa militarisation et le dépôt d'armes nucléaires là-bas, dans les années 50. L'exploration de l'espace extra-atmosphérique, de la même manière, là c'est à la fois la question des armes nucléaires et la question de la technologie de la propulsion extra-atmosphérique pour empêcher aussi la militarisation de l'espace. Les communications numériques, tout simplement, et on peut remonter encore avant. Le premier traité sur les câbles sous-marins, c'est 1884, à peine quelques années, à peine 20 ans, après l'émergence du premier câble transatlantique. Et on retrouvera ça dans la Convention de Montego Bay. Bref, on a su se saisir de technologies émergentes pour protéger des intérêts, pour établir des droits, des libertés et des régimes de responsabilité. En revanche, rien ou quasiment sur Internet. Et là, il y a eu une vraie rupture dans les années 90, dans l'histoire des sciences et dans l'histoire du droit international et du droit des sciences de manière générale. Je ne vais pas développer, mais on a vu l'émergence d'autres acteurs privés, hybrides, l'ICANN qui attribue les noms de domaine, l'Internet Society, le World Wide Web, etc. L'idée étant, depuis les années 90, mais surtout aujourd'hui, que les enceintes multilatérales sont finalement trop lourdes, peu efficaces. Or, il faut aller de l'avant. Et si on ajoute la dimension libertaire d'Internet, ce que va reprendre la blockchain, que l'on retrouve dans les discours sur l'intelligence artificielle et à certains égards, même un petit peu moins sur les technologies quantiques, eh bien, on nous dit que finalement la régulation, c'est le mal, car il est nécessaire d'innover en permanence, ce que ne font pas les organisations multilatérales. Donc finalement, tout ça mène, alors le tableau est un petit peu noirci, je vais le nuancer en une minute dans un instant, mais finalement on peut se dire, si on suit ce regard un peu historique, qu'aujourd'hui c'est presque par accident que les organisations multilatérales se saisissent sérieusement des technologies émergentes, mais donc cela n'a pas toujours été le cas, et il y a quand même des marges de manœuvre. Et ma dernière perspective consiste justement à se poser la question de quelles sont ces marges de manœuvre, et c'est une perspective que j'appellerais peut-être prospectiviste. 3 points très rapidement. Premièrement, la plupart des organisations multilatérales ont donc la compétence de se saisir de ces sujets, dès lors que les États qui les composent le souhaitent, ou bien s'en accommodent et laissent l'organisation s'en saisir. Donc le Conseil de sécurité pourrait considérer que la blockchain est une menace contre la paix et la sécurité internationale du fait de son utilisation intensive au service du terrorisme, par exemple. Mais le Conseil de sécurité est bloqué, vous le savez. L'OMC est bloqué également, son organe de règlement des différends, en tout cas, est de plus en plus bloqué. Et c'est ma deuxième observation. La cause profonde, finalement, c'est la panne du multilatéralisme. Ce que j'appelle des unilatéralistes populistes s'efforcent de marginaliser, de contourner ce multilatéralisme classique, oubliant souvent l'idéal de 1945 en matière de paix et de développement. Alors, il faut évidemment nuancer ce que je viens de dire quand je parle de panne du multilatéralisme. En réalité, il faudrait parler d'une panne du multilatéralisme institutionnel et non contentieux, car en réalité, il y a plein de choses qui fonctionnent très bien dans notre multilatéralisme. Regardez le nombre d'affaires inscrites au rôle de la Cour internationale de justice, et vous verrez qu'il se passe extrêmement de choses. Il y a aussi de manière générale, on a rarement autant parlé et invoqué le droit international général que ces dernières années, y compris dans le débat public. Donc il y a aussi des raisons d'être positif, mais je n'ai pas le temps de les développer. En tout cas, mon idée, c'est que le rôle des organisations multilatérales dans la régulation des technologies émergentes est quasiment totalement déterminé par l'état des relations internationales. Et troisièmement, et pour autant, ce sera mon dernier point, les aspects techniques de ces nouvelles technologies continuent à être appréhendés par les organisations multilatérales. Et c'est peut-être le point principal. Je n'ai pas parlé d'une institution, parce que j'en ai pas eu le temps, mais qui est au cœur des nouvelles technologies depuis le départ, c'est l'UIT, l'Union internationale des télécommunications, qui a une grosse activité de standardisation technique. Et justement, eh bien, c'est là où le système technicien de Jacques Ellul prend finalement une de ses phases positives. Il y a énormément de standardisation et de débats internationaux sur la standardisation technique. En général, les juristes disent « oui, mais c'est pas du droit ». Et les négociateurs disent « non, mais c'est pas du droit, c'est de la standardisation technique ». Je pense l'inverse. Et je pense qu'en continuant à considérer que certains aspects techniques doivent être standardisés au niveau multilatéral, eh bien finalement on garantit une marge de compétences des organisations multilatérales sur certaines technologies. Je pense à l'IUT, mais je pense aussi à l'ISO où les États sont extrêmement présents. Donc, je pense que la standardisation technique, c'est finalement du droit, c'est un lieu d'expression de prétentions diplomatiques contraires qui ne se résolvent que collectivement. Donc un petit espoir, hein, tant qu'on voudra de l'interopérabilité entre les nouvelles technologies, qu'il s'agisse d'IA, de blockchain, de technologies quantiques, eh bien, il y aura des débats au sein des enceintes multilatérales. Et si nous, les juristes, on arrive à faire passer l'idée selon laquelle la standardisation technique, c'est du droit, eh bien, on peut pousser l'application des principes juridiques dans l'enceinte des négociations multilatérales qui sont présentées comme étant essentiellement techniques. Il y a énormément de questions, y compris des questions de transfert de technologie, de choses comme ça, auxquelles nous, juristes, nous avons des réponses, mais qui ne sont pas évoquées comme telles au stade des discussions sur l'interopérabilité, parce que les experts qui sont là sont des experts techniciens qui disent « non mais attendez, on n'est pas là pour discuter de droit, on est là pour discuter de technique ». Donc, l'interopérabilité me semble être une garantie d'échanges multilatéraux. La question de l'interopérabilité des systèmes, elle existera toujours, puisque c'est un impératif économique. Et donc, les États, d'ailleurs, y tiennent, cherchent à affirmer leurs propres standards dans ces discussions multilatérales. Donc, je pense qu'il y a un espoir, et que peut-être que notre rôle, j'ai supprimé beaucoup de choses que je voulais vous dire, mais peut-être que notre rôle, c'est d'éviter un certain cantonnement des réflexions sur les nouvelles technologies à la technique, parce que ça favorise ou ça laisse libre cours à ces unilatéralismes un petit peu populistes qui font souvent peu de cas de la paix et du développement harmonieux des peuples, et qu'il faut essayer d'amener les principes juridiques, proportionnalité, nécessité, due diligence. On a les outils en droit international, il suffit de les amener au stade des discussions techniques sur ces nouvelles technologies. Voilà. Et ça plaide peut-être un peu pour un reflux du multilatéralisme, mais je pense que c'est quelque chose dont nous avons besoin. Et puis on pourra continuer après la pause, je pense, les discussions. Je m'arrête là. Merci beaucoup et désolé d'avoir été si rapide et général.
Beaucoup dynamique. Alors nous avons une troisième dimension à aborder qui est la dimension éthique, qui est absolument centrale également sur ces questions. Je vais m'adresser à l'équipe technique si elle est OK pour lancer une vidéo qui a été préparée par le Dr Samuel Sengun de l'Observatoire africain de l'intelligence artificielle responsable et du groupe d'éthique de l'IA de l'Université de Pretoria, Afrique du Sud, sur des réflexions, sur des considérations éthiques liées à l'intelligence artificielle militaire et au système autonome. Is online? Okay. Dr. Samuel Sengun, do you heard us? So Dr. Samuel Sengun is a senior researcher at the Global Center on Artificial Intelligence Governance. He holds a PhD in Computational and Artificial Intelligence Ethics from the University of Johannesburg and Advanced Degrees from the University of the People and the University of Calabar. You have the floor, Dr. Samuel Segun. Dr. Samuel?
Hi, I'll try as much as I can to keep it on 5 minutes. I'll be speaking briefly on ethical considerations for military AI, and I'll tell you what I'll be doing this talk, and why I think it really matters for us to have this conversation at this time. So what I try to do is to offer like a very concise, Africa-focused idea or conception of the ethical risks that AI systems, particularly in the security and defense sector, present for the continent. So I guess this month we begin to see a lot of Android decision support systems being used in when they default. There's a huge accountability gap. Who takes responsibility for the actions that they have or harm that they cause? Also, there's an opportunity to be able to define the cause for the continent and how the continent shapes its view on the use of military technologies. So sort of like an ethical risk map of military AI, particularly for Africa. One of them is the targeting error and bias, which we see. And bias is a big problem with AI systems at the moment. And we can talk about several types of biases, the sources of biases. Quite important for this talk is the bias that arise from the training data set, the model drift that degrade in its performance, which is likely to happen resistance, and particularly for military AI, autonomous weapon systems. We also have like adversarial spoofing. This is where adversarial actors attack an AI systems, try to get into its software and alter its capabilities, particularly its targeting or predictive capabilities. There's also the issue of situational illusion. This also comes in as a form of automation bias, where human actors rely so much on these AI systems and the predictions or the responses that they provide, and we are not able to have a full human in the loop that is free from that automation bias, where you're able to counter the decisions of AI systems. So there's a likelihood, and you can see this with maybe if you use ChatGPT, there's a tendency for you to think that ChatGPT often provides the right answer. Sometimes it provides a wrong answer, and you need domain expertise to be able to tell when the answer is wrong. And so this is one of the challenges that I think, the ethical challenges that military use of AI could pose. There's also, like I mentioned earlier, the accountability gap. Who takes responsibility when the systems do unlawful acts, particularly in the war front? There's also the issue of escalation and stability. So there's a chance that with fully autonomous weapon systems, the opportunity to de-escalate certain situations and diplomatic channels would over time reduce, largely because this system automate and produce very fast response. That makes it quite difficult for the whole diplomatic process to take step by step to be able to get to the point where we can actually off-ramp from conflict. There's also issue of cyber security constraints and the risk that poses with, like I mentioned, non-state actors or malicious actors going after government and military infrastructure, attacking government technology bases and all that. Then there's also the challenge of the opacity of AI systems, where AI systems, how they operate, particularly deep learning AI systems, operate in a way that we are not able to tell their inner workings. We are unable to understand what factors had the most impact on their decision making. And for that reason, that problem is often referred to as the black box problem. And the black box problem actually is a challenge where we are not able to transparently interpret or explain the reason for the decisions or the predictions of AI system. And you can imagine if an AI system provides, say, recognizance, and then we don't know exactly why it's making that decision. And there's going to be a reliance on this system over time, which could also build trust in them and can also lead back to what I referred to as the automation bias earlier on. So what do I think are some operational guardrails we can put in place? Before the fielding, during its deployment, and afterwards, some of the approaches that I thought we could take. First, we want to look at the mission scoping. We define what is an unlawful use case for military AI. And I know that the UN has actually been opposing lethal autonomous weapon systems because it's actually considered it unlawful. The EU AI Act also points to this, and there will be a need for Africa to also come up with, particularly at the regional level, to come up with such legislation that probably prohibits or narrows the use of such types of technology. So mission scoping is quite important. There's a need for rigorous testing and evaluation. This could be in form of red teaming, adversarial robustness, auditing the data sets that is used to train this model, or creating fail-safe in such a way that we are able to off-ramp the system when in cases where they degrade, or decommission the systems in cases where they default. We also want to have human in the loop, so that for every time there's a positive ID, there's a human in the loop that is able to go through that decision. We can also abort, give the humans in the loop the authority to override the decision making of this system. We also want to ensure that there's some level of geofencing here, in this case where the AI systems that might be used are prohibited from attacking several sites. And particular sites could be religious centers, could be hospitals, schools, it could be heritage centers. Also, we want to focus on data governance. Here we're looking at the data provenance. Where's the source of the data set? Is the data set diverse enough? Has the data set been audited? So some of the questions that could create operational guardrails, particularly before the systems are built or deployed. During use, we want to look at the rules of engagement. Here I mentioned embedding some meaningful human control. This will require, multiple sources of target confirmation before an action is actually carried out. We also want to look at how we can mitigate civilian casualties. Also, how we can build very secure systems that non-state actors or malicious actors will not have access to. And after that is done, after the operation, we also want to look at transparency of the incidents review. The logins, the sensor data, the model versions, the prompt, or the parameters that they use to generate responses from these systems. We also want to be able to go through these systems to ensure that it's properly audited. Lastly, I'd end here with what can Africa do next? One of the things I suggest here in this talk is the need to adopt a defense AI policy, where the focus is on the use of this technology, particularly in conflicts on the region. The conflicts in Africa are very unique. Sometimes they are religiously motivated, sometimes they are culturally or ethnically motivated, sometimes they're politically motivated. Sometimes it's a mismatch of all, mixed match of all of them. And it's important for the continent, or maybe at regional and sub-regional levels, to come up with policies, particularly policies that align with Article 36 in ensuring that AI use of the continent, particularly for security and the defense sector, is safe. We also want to look at mapping and aligning or extending existing regulations around military autonomy and the autonomous use of weapons in the military. We want to also ensure that existing regulations align very closely with these. We also want to look at creating defense safety cells, and here universities, academics, civil society groups will play a key role here in ensuring that we will build a robust system to hold militaries or those who use AI in the security and defense sector. We want to hold them accountable. Also, you want to mandate the logs and auditability of the systems before they are purchased. So we want to look at the logs of how the data was trained, the data set that were used, if anti-bias was done on it, or de-biasing of the data was done. And we want to look at those logs before, mandate the requirements for vendors to provide such in-working and maybe even the interpretability of these systems before purchase is made. I would end here lastly by saying that there's a need for engaging civil society and academia at a global scale to ensure that there is more transparency and trust built into the use of military AI. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel Segun, pour ces perspectives sur les enjeux éthiques. Donc, nous avons ainsi parcouru ce matin 3 dimensions essentielles entre la question de l'adaptation ou l'adaptabilité du droit international humanitaire, le rôle des organisations multilatérales et les enjeux éthiques, des interventions qui montrent à quel point le fossé entre la technologie et la réglementation représente véritablement un enjeu juridique majeur. Alors je vais ouvrir à la salle la possibilité de poser quelques questions, mais alors ça sera extrêmement réduit compte tenu du temps qu'il nous reste. Si vous avez des questions, vous êtes les bienvenus. Alors juste là.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is quite simple, or maybe according to my head it seems that. So if you look at regulation in terms of international law or interactions between states, from what I can say is that it first developed in the private sphere in terms of how people handle things like contract or even individual human interaction. Is it safe to say that AI, regulation in AI, cyber warfare, or even the use of autonomous weapon systems hasn't yet gained enough consensus in the international sphere because states themselves haven't recognized the need to develop the framework within their national systems? And the reason why I'm thinking this is because one of the canon events in the development of IHL is during the American Civil War when the Labor Code was enshrined to govern conduct. Can we say that if states come up with adequate and sufficient safety nets and mechanisms to address the challenges that are posed by new emerging technologies, it's likely to propagate into the international relations sphere? Thank you.
Thank you for a question. I have another one just here.
Merci beaucoup de la parole nous accorder. Je ne vais pas réellement poser une question, mais je vais partager mon inquiétude par rapport aux organisations multilatérales face à l'intelligence artificielle, plus particulièrement les organisations africaines, notamment l'Union africaine et les organisations des Grands Lacs. L'intelligence artificielle, surtout militaire, constitue ce que nous appelons l'ordre technologique ou les Yalta technologiques. Lorsque l'on regarde de plus près, la poudre à canon a légitimé le colonialisme. L'Afrique en a subi. L'arme nucléaire a structuré la société internationale vers les années 1945. L'Afrique en a subi, hormis l'Afrique du Sud qui a essayé avec un programme nucléaire. Et là, l'Union africaine, l'Organisation de l'unité africaine, a joué un rôle de découragement et l'Afrique du Sud a abandonné. Aujourd'hui, face à cette réalité, comment peut-on justifier la pusillanimité de l'Union africaine, plus particulièrement, mais également les organisations sous-régionales des Grands Lacs où les conflits armés sont fréquent et durable. En tout cas, je ne sais pas si je me suis fait comprendre. Cette question elle est spécialement adressée au professeur qui a analysé la question de la responsabilité des organisations internationales, qui nous a fait une prestation plus technique. C'est par ces mots aussi que je puisse les féliciter.
Merci beaucoup. On va arrêter là les questions et je vais laisser, laisser réagir les panélistes. If you want to react to maybe the first question.
So thank you so much. I will respond to the question by my colleague. Are you a student? Or it's parents? Okay, so one of the mooters. So it's a very interesting question, and your different is a lot more different than the question my students normally ask, which are a lot less optimistic than your question, I would say. Unfortunately, that response would not just be a legal response, but more of a diplomatic response as well. The major difference, particularly when the question comes to, is there not enough consensus? The major difference is between the capacity of states. It's not even just willpower. It's a difference between the haves and the have-nots when it comes to AI, when it comes to drones, when it comes to new technologies and warfare. Just the same as the debate on nuclear weapons. I can tell you that even within the diplomatic talks regarding the lethal autonomous weapon systems, there is a difference in understanding of what autonomous system weapons we are trying to prohibit, and even what constitutes a lethal autonomous weapon system between states. If you take the US versus if you take Russia, if you take China, if you take any other country that has autonomous weapon systems, they would tell you that they can't ban them. If you take a country that does not have autonomous weapon systems, they will tell you exactly why you need to ban them. So it's not just having the laws in place, it's not just having the principles in place, but also the political will and the courage to regulate, if not to prohibit, these weapons as well. So thank you for your question, and thank you all very much.
Thank you. Je m'adresse maintenant à mon collègue.
Merci. Alors, très rapidement sur la deuxième question. J'ai pas parlé de la responsabilité juridique des organisations internationales, hein, c'était pas mon propos, mais effectivement, les organisations internationales ont une responsabilité morale de s'en saisir, et d'ailleurs, les secrétariats généraux, j'ai pas eu le temps de rentrer dans le détail, mais eux s'en saisissent généralement. Si on regarde les discours du secrétaire général des Nations Unies en particulier, il y a beaucoup de choses sur les technologies émergentes, il y a une véritable tentative de les intégrer à l'agenda des Nations Unies, mais ensuite c'est au niveau des États que ça bloque. C'est-à-dire que c'est au niveau où on pourrait justement débloquer une action qui permettrait d'aller vers une mise à l'agenda mondial ou même des résolutions ou pourquoi pas des négociations autour d'un traité, c'est là que ça bloque totalement. Et si on prend un petit peu l'histoire de l'émergence des technologies quantiques dans les discussions internationales, c'est très récent, donc c'est assez facile de faire cette histoire. On se rend compte que ce sont pas les secrétaires. Pas que les questions qui sont posées par l'IA soient fondamentalement différentes des questions générales qui se posent en droit du désarmement. Je pense donc que nous avons les outils, et d'ailleurs plusieurs interventions aujourd'hui, j'allais dire ce matin, mais ce serait très exagéré, mais aujourd'hui nous ont montré qu'il n'était pas forcément nécessaire d'adopter de nouveaux traités, de réviser les traités anciens pour pouvoir appréhender notamment l'IA en matière militaire. On a les outils, ce qu'il faut, c'est les mobiliser pour les interpréter. On a d'ailleurs des interprétations qui sont parfois d'ailleurs concurrentes, qui sont proposées par des ONG, qui sont proposées par des États. Il y a une véritable effervescence intellectuelle qu'on peut voir. Maintenant, reste à mobiliser ces outils du droit international pour d'abord sortir de l'idée selon laquelle le progrès social, c'est l'innovation technologique au service d'une force militaire. Cette idée-là, il faut sans doute en sortir. Et donc, aller mobiliser pour œuvrer dans le sens du désarmement de manière générale. Mais là, c'est un peu utopique, ce que je vous dis.
Merci beaucoup. Effectivement, il y a plusieurs interventions ce matin au sens large qui allaient dans le sens qu'on a déjà des outils qui peuvent nous permettre de répondre à un certain nombre de défis qui sont posés par ces nouveautés qui n'en sont plus vraiment, mais on a vraiment des choses extrêmement nouvelles qui bouleversent un petit peu notre manière de voir en droit international humanitaire, en droit de l'homme et dans d'autres branches. Comme il y a certains d'entre nous qui sont très affamés, nous allons maintenant clore cette session et je vous remercie infiniment pour votre attention.
Let us appreciate the panel one more time. So I believe we are now towards the end of the opening conference for our Great Lakes Regional Training Program. And as one of the panelists said, the conversations here are just to spark more conversation. So you have a whole week to discuss more on these issues, and I hope you will take the chance to network and engage with the experts, the various people who are here, and I believe we will have fruitful conversations. So before we close, we have some logistical information. You know, this morning was full of information, and we just want to have an evening of less information and more entertainment. So we have a cultural dinner this evening. So right from here, you will go back to your hotels, you will prepare for the dinner. As it's a cultural dinner, so we expect you to be in cultural attire. So you'll have around 1 hour, 1.5 hours to prepare for that. The buses will be at the respective hotels at 4:30, so prepare for that. And as we leave the room, please remember to leave the interpretation tools behind. You might have put it maybe in a bag, check if it's not there before you leave, so that we make sure that we leave all the equipment behind. We are now going to go for lunch. Our team is outside to guide you where lunch is. I believe since we have the evening, we can limit the conversation for lunch and have the conversation later in the evening. So the quicker we have lunch, then the quicker we can go to prepare for the evening. So I believe we don't have any other information. So thank you so much for today, and bon appétit. Please don't forget your badge. Yes.